Hello, everybody. This is Joe and Madonna. I am the executive director of ArtSpan. We are a nonprofit organization in San Francisco, California. We are beaming to you live wherever you are in the world from a smoky San Francisco. Hope you all are well. Hope you all are enjoying yourselves already. And this is what we do. We promote artists. We try to connect the art appreciators out there in the world to our amazing resource artists. So we are super glad to have you here. And I ask you, if you are here and you're enjoying yourself, and as you go around, could you invite some other people? The most amazing part of having our first virtual open studios ever is that you can dial in, and so can everyone you know from everywhere in the world, which means friends, family, colleagues, coworkers, neighbors. Invite them to come and visit San Francisco Artist. We have over 250 artists that are participating in this event. They are split over 4 events. This is the second of our 4 events. We had an event last weekend on Saturday morning Pacific time until 2 p.m. in the afternoon. Right now it is 4 o'clock in San Francisco. It's actually a little after 4 in San Francisco, California, and we will be going until 8 o'clock this evening, which means you have plenty of time to wind down your day wherever you might be. If you're on the West Coast or Pacific time or Mountain time, or anywhere in the United States or anywhere in the world, you got some time. You still have almost 4 hours that you can get other people to join you. You can go and visit all of our amazing artists that are just standing by below in their studios. What is San Francisco Open Studios? What is ArtSpan? Well, we have been around for 45 years. This is our 46th rendition of SF Open Studios. And it is the most unique one we've ever had, because normally what we're doing is out visiting artists in their studios in person. As the rest of the world has been turned to virtual, so have we. We did not take a year off, though. We wanted to make sure that we still served our mission, which was to encourage the art appreciating public to go and visit artists, go to their place of inspiration, go to their place of passion, go to their space that they make the art that makes the world a better place. And that is what is happening now. It's just a little bit of a different rendition. I keep calling them COVID blessings. And what I mean by that are, with so many things that are challenging and frustrating in the world right now, there's some good things that have come from this situation that the entire global pandemic has put us into. And one of them is the ability to visit artists from wherever you are. So that is a really cool thing. And the artists are in their studios right now. We have been doing this for 45 years, which means we have a big following. We have a lot of artists. We have a lot of artists been around for a long time. And we also have a lot of new friends, a lot of new faces. And we look forward to seeing you who may not know anything about San Francisco artists, anything about our open studios, or maybe anything even about ArtSpan, to come in and join us and enjoy yourself as well. I want to give a shout out if anyone is listening or tuning in from Facebook or YouTube, please join us. We are at BoothCentral.com. And when you arrive at BoothCentral.com, you click on events, you search ArtSpan, ArtSpan, and then look for our gray event. We are in our gray event right now. And you also can find this event a direct link into the live event here at BoothCentral, and links to all of our events and RSVPs for all of our events at our website. It is our online guide. We have it really robust, full of information, full of a total of 355 artists. You go to artspan.org/SFOS, and that is where you can find more information about all of the things that we are doing. Once again, it is artspan.org/SFOS to find out lots of more information about our artists. There's an entire listing of 355 artists, which includes another almost 100 artists other than who are participating in our BoothCentral events. And I want to make sure that you have your soul totally saturated with the wonderful art that we have provided through these amazing artists that we have here in San Francisco. So how do you visit? What do you do? If you're unfamiliar and you're just listening to me right now, all you got to do is scroll down through the artist you see below, and then you can click on their information. You can scroll through, look at some of their work. A lot of them have videos that are studio visits. We made something we call VAST, virtual art studio tours. Some of them have their own videos they put up. And if you're interested to learn more, which I hope you are, then you simply click on the Join Live Chat. And there you will find the artist in their studio waiting for you. They may have some other guests. When you arrive in there, your video will be off. When you're ready, when you're comfortable, turn it on. Say hello, let the artist see you and have a conversation with you. You can also use the chat function when you're in that room to talk to them and say hello. I also want to note that this live feed stays on when you arrive in those rooms. So make sure and mute yourself and then unmute yourself if you want to when you come back out. That way you can continue to hear what we're doing out here. Same for the artists that might be hearing me now. If you're in your studio and a little confused or a little frustrated that you can still hear me over the conversation you're having, once again, you can mute and you can ask your guests to mute when they arrive, and then make sure to turn it back on when everyone wants to hear what's happening back out in the live feed. So once again, to orient yourself, you have landed at the live feed of the ArtSpan's SFOS Virtual 2020 Open Studios. And we are streaming to you live from San Francisco, California. We will be here until 8 p.m. Pacific time. And your goal is to go and meet artists and be inspired. And that's what's happening down below. So that is what I hope you do. And that is how I hope that you spend your time, because we are here to make sure that you know about ArtSpan, you know about our artists. We have a lot of kind of cool programming to cover. We have some videos of auctions and events past. We have some slideshows of what Open Studios typically looks like. But we want to make sure that we're not so interesting that you're not doing what you're here to do, which is really to go talk to artists. I have an amazing staff. We're all standing by. We are doing the best we possibly can with this amazing production. And I couldn't be more proud of how my staff has re-engineered a 45-year tradition of SF Open Studios, where we help promote artists that are out there working. We typically have about 800 artists that participate for an entire month of our season. We divide the entire city of San Francisco up into 4 zones, and each zone is highlighted over a particular weekend, and people go out all month long over the weekends and visit artists. And really, it is an amazing, amazing event. And we do it because art is what binds us. Art is what brings us together. Art is the one universal language that has soothed our souls for millennia. And more than ever, now we do need art. We need a universal language that rises above and beyond any of our differences and makes us understand that we are really humans in our human condition, and that empathy and understanding is where it all begins. And artists are really the originators of making sure that we are able to connect. So I'm going to have another video up here really soon for you to see what it's normally like to visit SF Open Studios. There's a lot of great artists who put their work up and are there to talk to you, share with you their process, talk about the materials they use, talk about their inspirations. And once again, please make sure to visit the artists in the studios below. They have done a good job of making sure that they are ready to receive you and to show you their work. And I encourage you to make some notes, Open up some of your browsers with the links to their websites. Um, Buy their work if you can. I know it's a really challenging time. The economy is in a really weird, precarious place. Those of you that can, please help support artists by buying their work. I say all the time, the best way to support an artist is to buy their work. If you're not able to buy it this time, then drop in and say hello. Tell them thank you for doing what they do. Give them props for being an artist in this most challenging time. And many of them have been artists for a long, long time and intend to be for a lot more years longer. So I really hope that you are able to find some inspiration, find some, new things you might want to have on your walls, because more than ever, boy, do we need to have good art, because we are living in our homes and we are with our art all the time, and we are really being inspired by what's here. And if you know the artist, almost every piece of art in my house, I know the artist who I bought it from. And in this time that we're shelter in place, it means a lot to me to be able to think of those artists and appreciate that they're here with me in my home, even though they're not really here with me. Their inspiration and their own passion and what was inspiring to me to buy from them and bring it to me is what I have. So next up, please enjoy some slides and some music of our Open Studios past. We do a lot of great events. We have a lot of really fun parties. We have a lot of great exhibitions and shows. And so next you're going to see a slideshow of that. Welcome to the live feed that is our San Francisco Open Studios ArtSpan's virtual presentation of our artists throughout the entire Bay Area region. All 7 counties of artists are able to participate this year, unlike most other times, because we are doing it virtually. And often you have to be in the city and county of San Francisco, a pretty small city of 7 by 7 miles, 49 square miles is what we like to say here. And normally you have to be here in the city in order to participate. But because we have artists now that are sheltering in place from their homes throughout the entire region, we were able to invite many more artists than usual in a much bigger geographic region to be here with us. And what is that? We are adapting to the new now. As I said before, and if you're just now dialing in, this is Joan Madonna. I'm the executive director of ArtSpan, and you are watching our San Francisco Open Studios most unique version of our 45-year tradition. This is San Francisco Open Studios, and what we have are our artists in the booths below, which is actually their working artist studios, or some of them are at home with their art or their practice, because everybody is adapting right now to the new normal, which hopefully won't be this kind of normal for very long, but we're all doing the very best we can. And one thing that we do every year with ArtSpan is that we actually ask our artists to create art on a theme and to submit it to us to be our collateral, our commercial promotional collateral for the year, to give them a lot of exhibition opportunities, to give them a bigger version and view out into the world. And we use it on our cover of our guide. We use it for advertising. We use it everywhere. And this year, because we knew we were going to be virtual, we decided to have one kind of top winner and then 4 supporting winners. And we have 5 amazing artists. One is an actual artist team. So we have 6 total artists that submitted to us. And the theme that we asked for this year was adapt. And I just want to show you what we normally do, and we did this year. This is our ArtSpan's SFOS guide. And we usually make about 20,000 copies and leave them all over at our partners throughout the city and the entire region. And because of most people not being out and about, we actually created this guide and we shipped it to 5,000 households. And because we're adapting, because everything's about adapting this year, we also created a really robust online guide, which means you can go to our online guide, which you can find at our website, artspan.org/SFOS. And then you can go there, learn about our events, and you can click, if you happen to be on Facebook right now or YouTube and you hear me talking and you're wondering what's going on because you just see this feed and I'm talking about visiting artists, you can go to that online guide, artspan.org/SFOS, click on our gray event and follow us to BoothCentral, where we have dozens of artists right now in their studios receiving visitors, virtual visitors, that is. And that means that you can come in, scroll around. It is an alpha search that you can scroll through and find the artists that are participating in alphabetical order and kind of check out the medium, check out their style, see if you're interested in it, and go into their booth, which is clicking on a video chat. Join video chat live now, and you will find them there waiting for you. They can have a total of 5 visitors. So if you actually see there's a 5 and a little person symbol and it's red, that means you can't go in right now, which means come back again soon, which is great. They have 5 people in there talking about their art. Adapting. That is what we're doing, and we're happy you're here adapting along with us because the whole world is adapting, and the creative class of San Francisco is one of our true cultural treasures. I believe that creatives in the entire world are really our global creative treasure. And in San Francisco, we're kind of defined by our interesting people and our interesting creative types. And artists are definitely them. So I invite you to go visit them, talk to them if you can, buy their work, inquire about their work, go to their sites after the fact, and really, I couldn't be more pleased with the adaptation that we have done from our normal tradition of being inside studios, seeing people in real life, having camaraderie, having inspiration, watching the artist work with their inks, working with their paints or their collage materials or their photography. And now we have this, but we have this, and that means a lot. So next we're going to do is we have a really amazing culture of San Francisco. There's a lot of really interesting organizations and people and art supporters and board members who support the work we do and support our artists, and we support each other. I have an incredible board of directors. We've been working very hard with our staff to readapt this totally amazing in-person, in real life event to this virtual platform you're seeing now. And we actually have some really great partners and community members that are out there that want to say hello and tell you about their inspiration and why art matters and why ArtSpan matters and why art artists matter. So next up, we actually have a video of some of our really interesting partners that are going to join us and talk about why they support the work that we do.
Greetings from Calistoga, California. My name is Kurt Wilhelm, and I'm the ArtSpan board chair and an art supporter and art buyer. And this is Michael Glover, my husband.
Welcome to our home here in Calistoga. As you may be able to tell from all the construction equipment, we have been under renovations for the last 10 months. Our house is not yet a home. It has no art on the wall. All of our art is in storage and will be placed sometime in October, we hope. So please support ArtSpan as we do and fill your house with color and joy and love. Thanks for joining us.
So in the past, I've waited for the ArtSpan catalog to come out and gone through it, sort of mapped where I want to go. I pretty much have tried to go every weekend that I've been in town or not working. And I have an idea of artists that I would like to see. Whatever is in the guide sometimes will bring me to them. Also, the art launch is nice because you can go around and see an actual sample of everybody's work. So this is my dining room, and again, lots of local artists. Jenny Phillips, the Four Squares over there, Fernando Reyes, Carolyn Meyer, Greg Gandy, Jennifer King, just many artists that all of you know. And then just to try and see, what's the most efficient way to get to all the studios without getting exhausted and being able to find parking. So hopefully this year that will be easier. And I think it will allow me to maybe find some artists that I wouldn't necessarily have gone into their studio. It will be easier if people just have the sort of patience to be involved. I've seen some of the videos they've done of the artists, and those are great. And I'm hoping that you'll get enough people, or will get enough people, who will really want to try and support these artists and buy their work, because there's incredible work there. And, it can fit into anybody's home. I just come in here and it makes me happy. This corner here with all the sort of blues and oranges. I finally got a hung Lu piece at the last Art for A's auction. Philip Bois, Hadley Northrop, John Wood, and it really, Einar Gherkin underneath the John Wood. And yeah, it's just great to look at. Wide range of prices. And so I think you will find that you feel so much better if you have a beautiful place to live.
2, 3. Congratulations, ArtSpan! You guys are amazing.
Hi, I'm Ashley Boss. I'm the owner and director of Boss Gallery, a gallery dedicated to championing the work by emerging artists in the Bay Area. Aside from showing many ArtSpan artists, I've also served on the organization's outreach committee, I've curated exhibitions, and I also enjoy helping however I can. After all, art is essential, and the Open Studios event that ArtSpan hosts is essential. It's important now more than ever to support the creative community, and the best way to do so is by adding a new piece of art by a local artist to your art collection. So with that, I hope to see everyone at this year's ArtSpan's virtual Open Studios event. It's going to be such a fun time, and it's a great way to get to meet local artists and also have, a fun little party with fellow art lovers. So we'll see you there.
Hi, I'm Eileen Rinaldi, and I'm the owner of Ritual Coffee Roasters. We partner with ArtSpan to find us amazing local artists whose work we display at our flagship cafe on Valencia. San Francisco is the city of art and innovation. I encourage you to join ArtSpan's Open Studios this year. Take some time to enjoy the art and meet the artists. Show up and support ArtSpan for their incredible innovation and their commitment to showcasing the diverse artists that make San Francisco the vibrant city that it is. During the pandemic, it's more important than ever to find ways to connect with beauty and with each other. I'll see you there.
Hi there. My name is Jenny Hinchcliffe, and I'm the Exhibitions and Events Manager here at the San Francisco Center for the Book. We'd like to congratulate ArtSpan on hosting its 46th annual San Francisco Open Studio. It's been our honor and pleasure to collaborate and work with ArtSpan on various events throughout the many years. We love what you guys do, and we're so thankful that you're supporting the artist community. Congratulations, guys. Way to go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Terry Kohansky, and I'm the Executive Director for a nonprofit, Scrap, in San Francisco, whose mission is to stimulate creativity and environmental stewardship through the use of materials that would otherwise be discarded as waste. Artists are passionate about what we do, and we're passionate about those creatives that add so much to our communities. Independent artists are critical to the overall cultural fabric that we're so proud of in the Bay Area, and ArtSpan is a lifeline for these artists. We've collaborated with ArtSpan over the years to co-host workshops, and just last year we hosted a hub site in 2019 Open Studios. 2020 Open Studios will be a lot different, but I strongly encourage all of you to participate in the event, support ArtSpan, and support all of those artists who have such a great impact on the well-being of every San Franciscan. Scrap love to ArtSpan, and scrap love to the artists that we all know contribute so much to what we do in San Francisco.
Hi, I'm Maria Jensen. I am the Creative and Executive Director of Soma Arts Cultural Center, and we have the great fortune of being neighbors with ArtSpan. I want to send out a huge congratulations to ED extraordinaire Joanne Madonna for all the great work that you're doing right now for this organization and for all the artists in the Bay Area. And a special shout out to the ArtSpan team and family, including Matthew McKinley, and all the great work that all the artists are doing. Very sincerely, I must say, it is really, really inspiring because we are in a crisis right now. And I have watched how ArtSpan has responded to this moment. And it is nothing short of a beautiful miracle and divine imagination, the way that you all have pivoted. So this is fantastic for all of us because we all know how important arts and culture is in the Bay Area and how each individual artist contributes to the fabric of making arts and culture this vibrant reality that we all get to experience. So thank you so much for being committed to ArtSpan. Thank you for the work that you're doing. Please keep it up. You're an inspiration. And we look forward to seeing what amazing things ArtSpan will continue to do now and into the future. Lots of love to you all.
Really touching. Adapting, that's what we're doing. We are adapting to make sure that we are still inspired by art, to make sure that artists are still seen and appreciated, and that we are connecting artists and art appreciators together. Creators, they're what make the world go round. I said earlier, it's really our universal language. And I could not really be luckier than to work with some incredible artists, both of the visual arts and of the music arts. I have really smart, lovely, full-hearted, dedicated people that work for ArtSpan that care about our amazing community. And some of those people are musicians in addition to being artists. And up next, we have some videos from our staff. We have an incredible woman named Julie Millay, who's in a band, and her band is going to play for us a nice little video. It's actually her and one of her bandmates because, you know, shelter in place, and we're kind of doing low density. And we also have Burnside, who harkens from Sebastopol, California. It's about an hour and a half north of San Francisco. 5 incredible, deep, feeling, rich-souled people that are super stellar humans and make great music together. And I'm a big fan. And I always say you can't not dance to Burnside. So if you're listening in and you're kind of feeling your toes tap a little bit when you hear these next 2 videos, please let your toes tap, get up and do a little wiggle if you want. And definitely continue to still visit the artists that are waiting in their booths below. We will be here until 8 o'clock Pacific time. So please make sure and get in your visits and get in your conversations and make your notes and explore some art and be inspired. And in the meantime, here comes the music.
I believe it's how else will just do it. To kiss the girl. When the moment's right, kiss the girl. Don't take all night, kiss the girl. When the moon is high, kiss the girl. A little reason why. Give up just like that. I know, what you're waiting on for. Just do it, don't do it. Kiss the girl, kiss the boy. All night, kiss the boy. When the moon is high, kiss the girl, kiss the boy. When the moon is high, kiss the boy. Need a reason why.
I'm awake, I can feel you pulsating through my brain. A soft and gentle breeze. I can say there's no other that makes me feel this way. Come inside your way. So help me change my selfish ways. I'm losing faith in myself these days. You used to be something make believe I didn't think could be real to me. Your life is a harbor that keeps me off the reef, unforgiving sea. Can you take me out further, away from everything? It's only you and I. So help me change my selfish ways. I'm losing faith in myself these days. You used to be something make believe I didn't think could be real to me. More than I've ever wanted. Condescending dream, lighting my shadow of darkness, curing my disease, giving me a purpose in a world where I can't find my way and make it all okay. Saving me.
Okay. I couldn't hear you.
You know what? There's a mute button. That was all me. That was all me. So if any of you happen to see that little mime, then you'll know that I said thank you so much to Malay and Tinlings. And thank you to Jason of Burnside. Thank you for your beautiful music and your beautiful tunes. And thank you to my staff for being patient with me when they said, get ready. And I said, I'm ready. And my job was to unmute and I didn't do it. So So we're back. Here I am. Thanks for getting us another little fill because my staff is on it. They are really on it. They are so good. So right now we're going to talk about another thing that we adapted because we wish that we were visiting artists in their studios. We wish that we could see them in person. We love to go and see their art. We love to visit them and hear about their inspirations, hear about their materials or processes. And we're not able to do it in real life. So right now we have Open Studio, which is virtual, and that is what your job is right now, is to go visit the artists in their studios. They're really been there in this way. They are on video. They can host you and talk to you and share their art with you. They can send you to their website and talk about their art. And if you're able, buy some art, because the best way to support local arts is to buy their work. And that's really what makes the world go round. Art and creativity and the universal language of art. And visiting artists in their studio is really where we were founded. 46 years ago, artists opened their studios and invited the public in and called it, like an open house, they called it Open Studios, and we've been doing it every year since. And this year is no different on the visiting part, except the different part is that the visiting is virtual, not in real life. As we were closing down because of the global pandemic, and we're all going to be sheltered in place for a while, one of my staff, Diane Hoffman, who you could visit right now, she is in her studio literally right below me. She, on her way out, made a sweet little video of her studio and just didn't know when she'd be back. And it was so charming and so thoughtful and inspiring that we decided to use that as a prototype for studio visits in this time that things are shut down and we can't go do it in real life. And we called something, we created something called VAST, Virtual Art Studio Tours. So VAST is what we have for some videos of artists in their studios when you can't be here live with us like we are right now. Open Studios is only a season. It's typically in the fall, as it is now, October. And here we are. But we have these really charming videos that give you an idea of the artist's work, their processes, a lot of nice messages out to the world while we're all physical distancing, but not socially distancing, because we can still socialize, we just can't be together physically. So we have a series of VAST videos of artists that are on the Gray event that are in their studios right now. So we're hoping that you watch a little bit and get inspired and then go down and hop into their booth and say hello. Tell them you saw their VAST, ask more about their work, and strike up a conversation. And make sure to get their contact information so you can go to their websites later, find their social media, find out more about their art. Really enjoy the conversation and enjoy the mutual conversations that are happening in there. Like any normal studio visit, you can go in and chat with other people and ask them about their inspiration and their connectivity to that artist that you're visiting as well. So up next, we have a series of 3 videos. And I couldn't really be more pleased that we are able to present these. We have asked the artists to send to us their videos and the footage because, you know, we aren't able to be together. So we take in their footage and then we edit it into what we call the VAST. At the end of this VAST, you will also find a great bit about our Youth Open Studios program. We believe that art is really a career choice. It is a way to make a living. And we have mentorships of our adult artists who mentor young artists into how to be an artist for a living. So we have an entire Youth Open Studios program, and we have a nice series of slides and some information about that program. We have wonderful artists who've worked with youth for a long time, and it's really, really cool to have it. So next up, we have a series of these videos. Josh Coffey, Deborah Riebach, and Carl Rosler. Thank you for being a part of our community, and thank you for listening in. And know that this is one of many ways we're adapting to the new normal of virtual visits and the hopes that soon next year we'll be able to go back and visit artists in real life. Thank you so much. See you soon.
Hey, my name is Joshua Coffey. Welcome to my studio. Come on in. I've been painting for about 13, 14 years, seriously. I'm an acrylic and mixed media painter and full-time for the last 7 years. My studio space is at Art Gallery and Studios between 8th and 9th on Folsom, and I love it here. I have a cute little studio, and it keeps me busy all year round. My favorite part of my studio is that I get to come here, and it's just my own personal sanctuary. I get to escape from everything and don't have to deal with anything else and just work and sometimes play a little bit of chess. I like to paint animals in really whimsical situations, things that may not be how you normally would find animals mixed together, a little bit of juxtaposition, playing with different concepts. It really gives me a way to express a story without having to be heavy-handed about the environment, or you can kind of make up your own story, which I really enjoy. If I had one word or had to summarize my work in one way with just one single word, I think the word would be connection. I want to show that we're all connected to these animals. We're all connected to each other. So connection is a theme that runs through all of my artwork. I've struggled with anxiety and depression for several years, and painting gives me a chance to challenge those two things very hard. It gives me a way to battle and take control of some of those things. When I'm painting, I am having a good time. I am free from worry. Even if I have deadlines, I'm usually in the moment of painting, I'm really challenging those two things. So a lot of my external, anxiety and depression is what fuels my power to get in the studio and just make stuff. I do live painting a lot, which is a lot of fun, where I go out to like a club or a store and I get to paint in front of people. It's very soothing for me. I have a really good time connecting with people in that way. People come up and ask all sorts of fun questions. How long did that take you? Or I can't believe you did this, all here today. So it's a lot of fun sort of being that magician for people. I don't do a lot of sketching. I just sort of write down sentences for what I'm going to do, and then I'll try and illustrate that sentence. I think what makes my art unique, I really love the power of people connecting with a certain animal. It almost seems like everybody I meet has what they call their own spirit animal, or an animal that they really connect with. For me, it's birds probably more than anything else. I love birds, and it kind of is a connection to my grandmother, who was a huge bird person, and I kind of grew up around her. And she was one of the kindest, most giving people I ever knew, so I try to emulate her as much as I can and do what I can for other people. Hey, thanks so much for coming and taking a tour of my studio. I really appreciate it. It's been great having you here. And one thing I'll leave everybody with is a rising tide lifts all boats. So go out and support everybody that is around you and make sure that you can give back to people. Thanks so much. Take care.
Hi, my name is Deborah Reebok. Welcome to Studio 202 at Art Gallery and Studios. I'm a San Francisco-based abstract photographer that enjoys transforming imageries of urban architecture and nature into unique geometric forms, shapes, and stunning designs. Abstract photography enables me to provide unique perspectives through the interplay of light, space, movement, and dimension. I am fascinated by what's there that we don't see at first glance. My camera is a mirrorless Fuji X-T3. Often I can be found with the camera upside down, over my head, laying in the street, or in some other contorted position to obtain a unique view. To my left is a series entitled Optica. Optica is my reflection on the significant building occurring around the globe. I view this urban transformation through the lens of opportunity to highlight the distinguishing patterns, details, and unique characteristics of these new buildings. Blue is my favorite color and always makes me feel good. Blue is often associated with a sense of calm. Blue Worlds is a result of my fascination with the multiple shapes, forms, and textures found in nature, a calming influence in these turbulent times. I believe there's art all around us in our everyday lives, and that we can have an art moment even if it's only for 30 seconds. Check out more of my work at deborahreebok.com. May you enjoy some art every day, and thank you for making time to take this virtual tour of my studio.
My name is Carl Rosler, and this is my studio. This building was built in 1908, so after the 1906 earthquake. It's in that netherworld between Chinatown and the financial district, and I like the energy of the block, and I like the street activity under normal conditions. I draw a lot of energy from that. Encaustic work is, I don't know, it's a really fascinating stuff. The sweet spot is 192 degrees to make the wax movable across whatever surface you're painting on. And like acrylic, it dries very quickly, but it dries much faster than acrylic. It's such an interesting sensation to have it leave your brush and dry at the same time. This is a recent painting of the Ferry Building. It's part of a body of work I call Places I've Done Time, where it began out of my desire to paint blocks of the city that I either had lived on or had studio space on. And then over time, I began to paint paintings of blocks where I just had some sort of personal connection that was important to me. My process is to go on site and take a lot of photographs. I bring the photographs back to my studio and make drawings, which I use as reference. There's a bit of an illusion. I strip out the background of all the existing places. It's a way of discovering what's really there. One of the things that I like to do is to create bookmarks from my work, as opposed to creating a business card. The preparation of the panel that I would do here in the studio involved treating the panel with layers and layers of wax, fusing each layer, and then adding another layer and fusing that one, and getting a surface that had the density of transparency that I wanted to work with. I really hope you've enjoyed stopping by my studio and having this visit. Until we see each other in person, take care.
That was our Youth Open Studio program that this year we are not doing the program other than just what you saw as our virtual adaptation of it. Before that, we had some virtual art studio tours of some of the artists that are participating in the event below. Another adaptation is the ability to do interviews live, real time with our artists in their studios. And next up, we have Rachel Liebman, an amazing artist. And I'm going to actually have her tell you more about her medium because it's fascinating, really, really gorgeous, amazing work. And we're going to have her come in and join me here in a moment directly from her studio. Rachel, are you there?
Here I am.
Yay, Rachel, how are you? How's it going out there in the virtual studio land?
Good. I'm actually at home. I decided that it would just be more comfortable to sit at home to do my virtual studio since I'm virtual, but it's going pretty well.
Good.
It's interesting.
Isn't it? It's like the world is an interesting place right now.
It is.
I hope that you've been having some nice visits, and the live feed that's happening is mainly just to continue to drive traffic to visit all of you amazing artists in your studios. But the theme this year is adaptation and adapting, and so we just keep coming back to the theme of adapting. And I like that one of your adaptations is you can actually do your open studios from home, the comfort of your home. It looks quite lovely. It looks like you're on a really maybe nice antique couch, maybe. Which might go kind of along with your medium. I mean, it looks like I see some paintings behind you and your sign, but I want to talk about your most recent body of work that is the clock pieces. Do you want to talk about it a little bit? Tell everyone out there watching what you do right now?
Yeah, a couple of years ago, someone gave me a little container full of mechanical watch parts, and I kept them for at least a year, not knowing what I was going to do. But I do that a lot when I collect things. I just put them away, and then one day I get an idea. And so I started to embroider these parts onto cloth, just to see what it would look like. And it just started off kind of slow, where I just made a little quilt with embroidered design on it, and then I did another and another and another, and pretty soon I needed a lot more watch parts, so I started to ask everybody I know to give me their watches. And my mother works for a thrift shop in Indianapolis, and she would give me every old watch she got, and I got really good at taking them apart. But now I make such big tapestries, several feet by several feet, that I get most of them from eBay now. I buy them in bulk.
You're making work now with the watch pieces that are several feet by several feet. Wow.
Yeah.
Because I watched it for the progress. I remember the first time I came to your studio. Have you been doing it maybe 3 years? Was your first ones 2-3 years ago? And
yeah,
they've gotten more complicated, more complex, more interesting. I know the image that you've used this year for your open studios, it's almost like a chandelier, or it's like a mobile or something. It's really cool.
I call those my chrysalis series. They're just watch parts that are made to look like cocoons. And recently I started making those with lights in them. So they actually are pendant lights, and you can see some of those on my website. But
oh, good. Oh, and I don't know if you can see, but there's like a ticker tape going below. So Rachel Liebman website, rachelliebman.com. Yeah, go there and see more. For those of you who are listening in, I tell you, they are charming and fascinating and beautiful. Some of the pieces sometimes look like birds, and you put them on a wire.
Yeah.
The designs you're able to do with them are just unbelievable. You've transformed tiny, beautiful, flat copper, all different kinds of metal watch pieces into really wonderful works of art. I also wanted to ask you about your own collecting, because I know you and your partner are pretty avid collectors as well. So I thought it would be interesting for those out there kind of following along, probably anxious to get into your booth now and say hello to you themselves, but talk about your own interest in collection and like what inspires you or what you go towards, or maybe some advice for those out there that might be wondering how to begin their collection or how to make their collection a little bit more robust.
We started off collecting just from, we lived in New Jersey, and I started to show my art, and I would be in shows, and I would see my fellow artists that were also just beginning to show, and I would like it, and I would buy a piece, and then mostly we collect from artists we know, and we get them directly from artist studios and from Art from AIDS and the ArtSpan auction, and I love it. You know, the work of other artists on my walls makes me happy. So,
especially now, right? I mean,
Yeah.
really, especially now. I mean, I too, I know almost every artist that I own the pieces of. I mean, you can see some that
Right.
are kind of sprinkled behind me. I kind of, brought them a little closer because, also where are you going to broadcast live from in your home? And, that's part of the adaptation, right? Like, where do you go find
Right.
a place that you can put out into the world that seems kind of like you, but not too intimate, maybe?
Mhm.
But the art is what makes the difference. It really, really does. And
Yeah. My husband got so he didn't like me to go to art shows without him because I would come home with 3 or 4 pieces. He was like, stop.
Stop. My husband too. It's been that way for a long time because I love art. I'm inspired by art. And before I was running ArtSpan, he'd be like, wait, we're an artist family. We can't afford art. I'm like, no, it is our bound duty to support art. That's what
Exactly.
you mean.
That's
And
what I
now, yeah, I think it's really important. And, now that I run ArtSpan, I've committed 10% of my salary back into spending on art as much as I possibly can. So it really is, I think, what makes the world go round. And I so appreciate you being a part of our community. I appreciate you stepping up to this challenge of being virtual open studios. It's kind of weird, but it's beautiful. We've gotten great comments back. I think everyone was a little unsure what to do, but yet you kind of get the rewards, right? You take the risk, you get the rewards, and you just boldly go into the new dimension of virtual connectivity. And
Right. I'm glad I did it.
I am too. I appreciate you. I think you know that. And I look forward to when we can have visits in the real world and we can maybe have an event to come visit your collection, yours and your husband's, which you've offered. And I wish you the best today. The rest of, we have still another 2.5 hours almost. And I think the traffic is going to continue to be driven in and people are going to stop in and say hello. And those of you out there that you're listening, please go visit Rachel right now in her studio or just in a minute as soon as we hang up. And also go to her website. She's an incredible, important part of the ARC community. It's a great art collective here in San Francisco. And they're good friends of us. We love ARC. We love Rachel. And thank you so much for your time. And any last parting words you want to say to anyone who might be listening?
Just visit all the artists. I think they would really appreciate it.
I think so too. I've
No
been saying,
pressure. Just go in and say hello.
if you can't afford to buy right now, then just go in and say hello and tell the artist you appreciate that they're an artist for a living and we have a little connectivity and inspiration. So
Exactly.
okay, thank you so much, Rachel. Good luck
Thank you.
today. Good luck the rest of the season. Take care.
Okay, thanks. Bye.
Okay, bye. So inspiring. Really means a lot to me to have the artists take a little bit of time out of their 4-hour window of their open studios to come over and say hello to me and to say hello to you. And as always, point of inspiration is hearing artists talk about their work, talk about supporting other work too. Rachel and her husband collect quite a bit of other local artists, and that's a really great way to give back and support your community. And next up, we have a video of an interview. One of our staff, the amazing Inas Alsoki, who is doing all of the production today. Huge props to Inas. It's not an easy job. We have been preparing for open studios for about 6 months. Inas came on the team just a couple of months ago and jumped in with more than both her feet, her entire body, her arms, everything ready to just do everything she possibly can to help make artists be successful and to serve in our mission to continue connecting art and artists and art appreciators. And I asked her to go and do a couple of interviews ahead of time. So up next, we have Inas Alsoki in an interview with Elizabeth Addison. And please listen in for a little bit. And then when you have a moment, go visit some other artists because all you have to do is do the join video chat and go in and say hello. So here we go.
our mini interview series as part of SFOS 2020. Today we will be talking with Elizabeth Addison. Elizabeth is an incredible printmaker, and prolific curator, and educator, and she will talk to us about her practice, about the use or not use of technology, and other, kind of tech elements that artists use or don't use in their art. And we will also look into her artist statement and how that has changed and how it's evolving in her career. So, Elizabeth, if you will take the floor and tell us a little bit about your process.
Okay. It's great to be here and see everyone tonight. I guess it's hard to talk about my process without talking about what fascinates me, and connections between the microscopic and cosmic realms have always fascinated me since I was a small child, before I could even express myself in words. And for me, they would conjure the mysterious and the divine. And I investigate these relationships and their interconnections now as an adult at the crossroads of art, dreams, and science.
That's so beautiful to think of those three elements, science and the soul, right? That's kind of the one thing that art has tried to figure out, right? How you use science, but you still have this human connection and human touch. And if you wouldn't mind telling us a little bit of how you ended up with printmaking, since from your artist statement, I noticed that you had a different career path before ending up in printmaking.
Wow, that is a really good question. I did fall in love with printmaking as an undergraduate at Northwestern University. I ended up taking a career path in advertising. So, printmaking was always there for me in one way or another. I ended up in advertising when everything was really heavily print. Packaging was big, catalogs. Eventually, I did a lot of corporate communications. Interestingly enough, I started out in fashion, which was not me at all. But it was really interesting because there was a lot of dissonance being in that for me. I really didn't agree with it. I felt like it took me away from nature and what was important in life, but it was my job. And all the characterizations and stereotypes that one had to employ and use.
Because a female could only be in fashion, right?
Yeah, but not necessarily that, but just, selling products, stereotyping and boxing people and life, and packaging it. And at one point I really did hit a wall with it. And that's how I came back to printmaking. It was actually a good friend of mine came over when my children were very young and said, I brought a babysitter and you're going to a free printmaking workshop. And that's how I got into monotype. And then I completely immersed myself and turned my back on the computer and did everything analog I could. Fantastic. I just was using my hands. And
if you could please tell us of the two projects that you have been, that happened right before COVID and that you're working on now.
Oh, yeah. So as COVID entered our lives, I was, by the way, I'm the current exhibitions chair for Northern California Women's Caucus for Art.
Yes.
Very proud to be a member of this fabulous Northern California group of amazing women, artists and visionaries. And so I had designed an exhibition titled The Ground Upon Which We Stand, inspired by the poetry and blessing of a friend of mine, Loa Niamatulu. I hope I pronounced your name right. She's an indigenous poet and activist who sort of oversaw one of our land art projects. And I felt it was important to address these issues because really there's no racial, social, economic, or other justice without a healthy planet too. It's all intertwined. But anyway, getting off my soapbox, we had an exhibition ready to go, and then COVID hit. And the gallery, which is a local one who generously was going to host our show, had to close. And so we put everything online. We pivoted really quickly. Although, can you see this?
Yes.
It was a wonderful show. Lori Rich, the director of the David Brower Center, and Loa wrote wonderful intros and blessings. You know, they're all in this book, which you can get on Amazon, by the way. And instead of having sort of a tiered show, we just made everything alphabetical and included everybody and made it very democratic. And there will be, hopefully soon, a video related event where we're speaking to an atmospheric scientist, a poet, Loa, and a computer scientist and animator, and also a singer-songwriter who respond to these artworks and what's happening in our world today.
Wonderful.
So,
thank you so much, Elizabeth. Thank you so
yeah.
much. Thank you everyone for checking our interview, and please check Elizabeth Addison's artwork on the Gray event today, October 1st, between 4 and 8 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you, Inas. That was really inspiring. Thank you, Elizabeth Addison. Really so touched and inspired. And those of you who just heard some of that or all of that, number one, I hope you can find some deep appreciation for Inas and her incredible skills of art appreciation, being an artist herself, appreciating other artists and their work, and also being able to run the entire production panel for this live stream. So way to go, Inas. Thank you so much. And thank you, Elizabeth, for your amazing work. Elizabeth is in her booth right now. So those of you who are out there, please go visit her, say hello, tell her you saw her speak to Inas, ask her some questions. If you're interested in her work to purchase, please do. And if you are not in a position to purchase work right now, then hopefully you can give her some wonderful appreciation, which sometimes goes much further than actual money. Speaking of money, one of the things we've been doing at ArtSpan here in San Francisco, California, is raising money to build our first ever art center. It is the Onondaga Art Center. The reason why it's Onondaga is because it's on a street called Onondaga. It's in a really amazing kind of working class neighborhood that doesn't have very many cultural aspects in it, which is unusual for San Francisco because it's pretty dense and rich with a lot of cool things to do. The Excelsior is a really cool place to live, but it doesn't have any art. It does have art, it has arts on the street. We actually are putting art out into storefronts all over. We have a lot of artists. We have some little art organizations, but we don't have an art center, and ArtSpan is building an art center. And that means that we are going to have the first actual building structure home to call our own. We currently have very modest offices in the Art Cultural Center of San Francisco at SOMARTS. You heard Maria Jensen earlier give us a little shout out. Yes, we're neighbors because we cohabit in the same space when we are in the real world, but we've all been working from home for 6 months. We know that. But up next is a video that we made a couple years ago when we began our capital campaign to raise money for the Onondaga Art Center. So if you're out there in the world and you're in a position to help make sure that artists always have a place to make work, to make sure that young people in neighborhoods have a place to go to be inspired and to learn about art, to come to our video, come to our galleries. Everything's video anymore, but maybe we'll actually be able to have galleries in sometime really soon. And I really, really do look forward to having an art center. It's currently under construction. The building has been around. It's a beautiful historic building. It's been here since 1936, but we are redeveloping it from a former health clinic into an art center. We'll have 10 working studios. We'll have our offices there. There's a beautiful Bernard Zockheim. He's a WPA era muralist in our space. It's gorgeous. We have a fireplace hearth, vaulted ceiling. It's really amazing. So next year we intend to still have virtual programming of some kind, hopefully in addition within real life, and we maybe will be broadcasting from there. So up next, I'd like you to see this video that we have from the archives. We're still fundraising because we're building as we go, and as anyone who knows who builds anything, everything costs more money. Everything takes more time and more money than you think, especially construction, especially in San Francisco. So please watch the video. And if you're inspired, please think about donating to ArtSpan. We support artists through their entire careers, youth artists all the way till, we have 8 years to 80. So this is our video. And we also have our board chair telling you a little bit about it. Thank you. San Francisco has been a beacon and a safe haven for creativity and self-expression for decades. But in a rising economy, it is often difficult to hold on to space for community, and our authentic connection to art spaces are shrinking. For the first time in our 43-year history, ArtSpan will have a home all its own. The city of San Francisco has granted us a low-dollar lease to create an art center in a historic building in the Excelsior District, a diverse, vibrant neighborhood with many working families. As a true hub for creativity, the ArtSpan Onondaga Art Center will make a measurable impact and allow us to amplify our efforts all over the city and all over the region. The ArtSpan Onondaga Art Center will serve the city of San Francisco by providing art studios, a classroom, a community meeting space, a resource center, and a collaborative gallery. We will also restore a gorgeous Bernard Zockheim 1935 mural that captures the Excelsior District from that era. We need to raise $1 million to remodel and create the ArtSpan Onondaga Art Center. We have support from the District Supervisor, the San Francisco Art Commission, and the Mayor's Office. We are partnering with the City of San Francisco to renovate the building structure. Between funds from the city and some early founders, we've already raised nearly $400,000. We will use these additional funds to remodel the interior and for program expansion. Art is a true universal language that transcends boundaries and difference. We need artists to continue to keep San Francisco interesting, to keep our city so beautiful and a little wacky. We need you to be a part of this legacy.
Hello, my name is Kurt Wilhelm, and I'm the board chair for ArtSpan and an art supporter. I am committed to this organization because we focus on providing hundreds of diverse Bay Area artists to showcase their work to art lovers and buyers. 2020 has been a challenging year with COVID restrictions, and our staff and board have created world-class virtual open studios, salons, and events that allow anybody globally to interact and purchase artists' work anywhere. Of course, none of this could happen without your support. No matter how large or small, please support ArtSpan today. Go to artspan.org and we have an easy access button that states Donate Now. Thank you and have an artful day.
Yeah, Onondaga Art Center. It's amazing, isn't it? It's unbelievable that in the time that I've been in San Francisco, I've been attending open studios myself for 25 years. The flagship event that ArtSpan has been hosting is to go out and visit studios, pick up a guide. I showed it earlier. We have a printed guide. It's beautiful and amazing. It has full colored images of the art that you are able to visit. And we have an online guide now. And really, every dollar helps continue us in our programming. We raise most of our funds directly from those generous souls out there who know why art matters. We do have memberships with our artists. We also have memberships with art appreciators. So we have two really important populations that we serve, artists and art appreciators. And soon enough, we're going to have our own art center. And we will continue to have to raise money to make sure that we can do the work we do. That's the nature of a nonprofit, is that you need to raise money from generous souls, from grants and communities, members, and foundations to then turn around and have a greater good and make sure you support a population that really needs it. And artists are it. As I say to my friends a lot of times, those that have jobs and also care about art, I say to them, can you imagine trying to pay your mortgage or pay your rent or take care of your kids if you had to sell art day by day, week by week, month by month? It's a challenge, and yet these glorious, amazing creative souls do it again and again. And speaking of creative souls, other ways that people make interesting, wonderful art is by music. And my staff is talented and amazing. They have many, many skills, including being able to pivot from working in offices to working at home, pivoting from being administrators and outreach and membership and helping run programs to then putting together technical difficulties and issues and making them work, and unbelievable. And two of the staff are also in bands. And so next we're going to have a nice musical interlude again. Once again from Burnside, a 5-person band of really, really super nice people. They are in Sebastopol, but they play all over the Bay Area. So if you enjoy them, check them out. Go visit them at Burnside the Band. They have a Facebook page and a website, and you can also see the Tinlings. We have Malay and her bandmate Wesley have made a really, really gorgeous black and white video for you as well. So please stick around and listen to some music, but your job is to go visit artists. We only have about 2 hours and 20 minutes left of this event. We have a lot of artists waiting and excited to see you. So please enjoy the music and go see some art.
Don't wanna wait till you cool, baby, too high.
think I got good at wasting time. I think I got good at just counting days. I think I got great at your goodbye and repurposing the nights to dull the pain. How could I know you don't care? How could I assume that all you think about is her when I'm not there? How could you stay? How could you dare? Am I just a girl that ran after a man with the shoes out together again? Think I got good at double lives. I think you got good at just sex and shame. I think you got great in my goodbye, and maybe even like the rush of pain. How could I know you don't care? How could I assume that all you think about is her when I'm not there? How could you stay? How could you dare? Am I just a girl that ran after a man with her shoes tied together again? So what? Roll the dice and take a chance for once. So what? Your mama cried love was never enough. Should your father's sins stain the ground this much? How could I know you don't care? How could I assume that all you think about is her when I'm not there? How could you stay? How could you dare? Am I just a girl that ran after a man? How could I know you don't care? How could I assume that all you think about? So when I'm not there, could you stay? How could you dare? Am I just a girl that ran after a man with her shoes tied together again?
Create, collect, connect from home. Collect to artists, connect to musicians. Thank you so much, Burnside. Thank you so much, the Tinlings. Really, truly talented musicians, wonderful people. Thank you so much for being a part of our community. Thanks for working so hard for artists. Thank you so much for working on your own art and also continuing to work hard at ArtSpan for all of us and for all of you and for all of our artists. Speaking of working hard, we have artists that are working hard right now. They're in their studios waiting to say hello to you. And another way, as I mentioned earlier, to visit artists in their studio is our vast virtual art studio tours that we have been working on since March. Yep, 6 months. We used to run events and do fundraisers and run workshops and mixers for artists. And now we do it all virtually. And we're also producing videos. And it's amazing. Seeing my staff step up and lean in and rise to the occasion has been humbling, quite honestly. Inas, who I mentioned earlier, who did an interview with Elizabeth Addison, I have not really even met her in person. I did meet her very briefly one time, but I interviewed her and brought her on staff, and we've done it all virtually. And it's a really crazy world. So when we're in our homes and we aren't really able to get together in person very often or very far and wide, we have vast visual art studio tours, and we have 3 more coming up. The next 3 coming up are incredible artists that are very near and dear to me. Especially the first one up is my husband, Paul Madonna, who is in his studio right now, standing by. I've seen a couple times that he's had a full studio, which means you can't visit until you see that the little person indicator of how many people in the room has turned green. If it's red, it means you can't go in right now. But if you're interested, go back and see him soon. We also have Natalie Fabry, a Mission District artist who has done an incredible art piece during this time of COVID and the physical distancing. She made hearts and had a lot of artists and a lot of people paint them, decorate them, make them into art, and put them all around the Mission District and hung them all around. And a couple weeks ago, had a heart art walk, where of course everyone was safe and everyone had their masks on and everyone was very, made sure to give everyone some space around them. Of course, because if you've been following the news, you know what's going on. Right now in California, we are having one of the worst fire seasons we've ever had. It's only gotten worse and worse each year. And a lot of people are struggling. A lot of people are having a hard time. If their homes aren't being encroached upon, which many, many are, if they're not being evacuated, which many, many are, then we have smoke. And in a time when we were finally able to get outside, it's been pretty challenging to not be able to get out inside much. So when we have events, we can get out around is great. But even Natalie's was postponed a week because of the really intense smoke, and we have it back again today. It's a warm and oddly smoky kind of doomy day, but that's not going to keep us from being inside and visiting artists, is it? No, it's not. You are here now. You are here to see artists and to meet them and say hello. If you can, please buy their work, support them as best you can. If you can buy something small, please do. And if you can't at all, just say hello and tell them you appreciate what they're doing and appreciate that they're making art for a living and making the world a better place. So next up, we have 3 vast videos again. The last one is Le Bohemian Muse, an incredible member of our community. She's one of our journal building artists. 4 years ago, a developer and I went into cahoots to have super affordable artist space for a bunch of artists who were losing studios all around the city. The economy was booming. 200 artists lost their studios in 6 months. We got an incredible opportunity to turn 6,000 square feet into studios, and Le Bohemian Muse was one of our artists then, and she still is there now. Really happy that she's still there and making work. And I hear that she is in her studio right now as we speak, doing a live demonstration. So I encourage you to go see her right now. Although if you want to sit around and listen to the video, you can, but you can always come back. You can listen to the live feed. We're going to have it up. You can listen to it later. So I'm going to have the amazing Anas, who is the production person, now take it away and give you guys a series of vast videos. So thank you so much. I'll see you really soon.
Welcome to my studio. My name is Paul Madonna. I'm an artist and a writer, best known for my series All Over Coffee, which ran in the San Francisco Chronicle for 12 years. I studied as an oil painter, but now my primary medium is pen and ink on paper. I am also a fiction writer, and my work is about pairing drawings with stories, from novels to murals. I exhibit internationally, but my favorite thing to do is make books. I've written 5 books of my own and collaborated on 2 others with authors. In October 2020, I have 2 books coming out. One is a mystery novel with over 100 drawings titled Come to Light. The other is a history book written by the author Gary Kamiya with almost 30 of my drawings. I begin most of my drawings on site, straight to ink, then return to the studio to do the finish work. Out in the world is where I find inspiration, but the world is also chaotic. The studio is the one environment that's completely my own. Having a stable workspace with all of my tools is integral to my creativity. I see the studio as a workshop. It's my laboratory, my kitchen, and my theater. My studio is my home base. One of my favorite things to do in the studio is organize. Before starting any project, I always rearrange my workspace. I do it without thinking. Each project has its own requirements, and I like having whatever notebooks and tools that I'll be using within arm's reach. My practice is always a back and forth of going out into the field to study, observe, and get ideas, then return to the studio where I can turn that material into drawings, stories, murals, books, sometimes even cartoons. Life and work for me are intertwined. I think it's safe to say that no matter where I go or what I do, I will always end up back in the studio. Thank you for taking a tour of my studio. Thank you, ArtSpan, very much for producing these videos. And please, everyone, support artists.
Hi, I'm Natalie, and welcome to my studio. I'm a San Francisco artist, and this is my space. So one of the things I've been doing are these paintings that also have a printmaking process to them. I just carve a house into the styrofoam, I slather it with acrylic paint, and then I put it on the wood. And then I go into the painting and add embellishments and more acrylic paint and more layers. This one's a really simple one of Victorian, first pass, and I'm actually going to keep it this way because I really like the simplicity of this as well. This one is North Beach, and the flowers represent the Italian immigrants that populated North Beach and give it the flavor it has today. This one is one in progress right now. I started doing it during the shelter in place. It's a self-portrait, which I don't do very often, and the bubbles represent things I appreciate in my life. So the painting you see next to me here is my latest work. Normally I do flowers that are pretty big, but in this case, they're really big. They're towering over the Victorians, and they give a feeling of protection. And I think this is coming out of the whole shelter in place, because why are we staying inside? We're protecting ourselves, we're protecting others, and I think this is what's going on, and this is what I'm feeling. So I've been having fun with this painting, and I'm looking forward to having it done. One thing I really like is light. I love subtle lights, bright lights. All my paintings are at dusk because I really want to show how the lights turn on. All these paintings have the lights that look like they're shimmering. Hey, thanks for joining me on this video tour of my studio. I hope everybody stays safe and we all get through this and that we all hang out again.
Hi, my name is Lamborghini Muse, and I am an abstract painter, writer, as well as a performer. Welcome to my studio space. Happy to share. So my studio is in the Journal Building. I've been here for probably about going on 5 years, I think. I'm one that doesn't actually like to tell people what they're supposed to see. I leave it to the title of the work and the statement, but I always love to observe people looking at my work and then starting a conversation from there. And most of the time they do get the emotions behind it. I may be an abstract painter, but how I do my technique or the story I'm telling with the artwork can make me already unique. I'm already a diverse person by being a person of color. My approach to my artwork would already bring a unique kind of view. Everyone has a story. Everyone has a story they want to tell, and everyone can't always express that story. And I think we as artists provide sort of a catalyst of bringing forth an expression that many people feel and aren't able to quite articulate that moment or articulate that feeling. And I think art is healing. I think art is a great tool to sort of use as a construct of really looking at ourselves as humans and sort of analyzing it. Because it gives beauty and also gives up the truth. And my motivation for creating is also to not only bring that forth, but also to sort of, I actually want to motivate more people to try to create. I mean, one of the things I do, especially when people come to my studio, I started doing live painting. And what I'll do is I'll encourage people to paint my canvas. And it's really interesting to see the resistance people have into creating, and with it starting with the thought process that I'm not creative or I'm not an artist, and so they're so scared of messing up the work. Part of me as an artist and my personal mission is to really get people to kind of bust out of that bubble and to bring forth their creative person, bring forth their own muse, because I truly think because art is healing, that it could be a necessary tool to help better our humanity. I really do believe that. Thank you so much for checking out my studio with me. If you want to check out more of my work, you can go to my website at www.labohemianmuse.com, or if you're on the gram or Twitter, I am at labohemianmuse. Thanks so much, guys. Bye.
Isn't she charming? Really, she's such a dear person. Love her. And she is in her studio right now. You can go and say hello yourself. Here she's doing a live painting demonstration so you can see her working. I know that she is one of very few people that have ever tricked me into making art. I went to visit her last year in her studio, and she was having everybody work out a piece of art that came in. And I did it, and it was really cool. I mean, it's really like, it's like getting behind the wheel of a sports car. You know, it's amazing to hold a paintbrush when I support and believe in art so much, but I don't do it myself. And then to hold that paintbrush is really like, whoa, this is real. This is really a challenge. People really do this for a living. So props to you, Lay. Thank you for doing what you do. And please, if you're listening, go and see her. So next up, we thought it'd be kind of fun to have like, hey, what's happening in the field? And let's have some other people that work for ArtSpan come and talk about ArtSpan and the things we do. So next up, we have the most amazing, the inimitable and irreplaceable Vanessa Wilson, who is our program manager. And she's going to join me here for a conversation about the programming that we do, some of the adaptations we've done to the programming we do, how we fund the programming we do, and Really. And then we're going to go right into our auction video from the archives, because one way we make money is to have a big fun party and artists donate their work and we sell it. But we also have to get grants to support a lot of the work we do, which means we must be doing good work if the government and the local authorities and foundations want to give us money for doing the work we do. So, Vanessa, are you there? Do you want to come in and say hello?
I am here, and I'm here to say hello.
Yay! Hi! How's it going out there? What have you been doing since I've been up here yakking at people?
It's been great. I've been trying to visit all of our SF Open Studio artists that are right now here live in the Gray event. So far, I've only visited a handful, so I still have quite a ways to go, but it's been going well.
We still have 2 hours, so that's good. I mean, you know, only 2 hours, but yet we have 2 wonderful, rich hours of visits to be done. Some of the visiting you've been doing, how's it going out there? What do the artists have to say, or what are the visitors saying?
It's been going well. We have a few artists who are doing live demos. Calavera Bayon, for one, is doing a live painting session. So if you want to check that out, he's in his studio right now. We have some great artists out there that are waiting your visit. I ran into some visitors from Philadelphia, so that was cool to see some East Coast art lovers in our booths and chatting with our artists. And overall, it's been a nice and festive atmosphere out there. So I'm really excited to see all of our art patrons and collectors and fellow artists coming together and joining us tonight. So thank you.
Oh, well, thank you, really. I don't know if you've been listening to the feed, but I've been trying to tell any of those that are out there listening how much work you have done, our staff has done. Like, adapting a 45-year tradition into a new virtual world has been really amazing and challenging and incredible. And you've just, it's like you know how to do it. How do you know how to do something that no one's ever done before? It's amazing. You really have just done such an incredible job. So I thought maybe you could talk a little bit about like what it's been like to, you came on last year just before Open Studios, and it's always a big event and it's always a lot to do. And with only one iteration of an experience, you've made it go virtual, and you've really been running the show in so many wonderful ways. Tables and lots of tasks assigned, and I don't know. I mean, adapting real time. What's it been like?
Yeah, I've actually worked with a few art organizations, as you know, Joan, before I joined the ArtSpan family. And the motto that my mentor, Kelsey Issel, if she's listening or streaming.
Hi, Kelsey.
The one that she definitely had me growing up on, so to speak, was roll with the punches. And that has just been like my mantra ever since. So anything that's thrown at me, I just see it as a challenge to be overcome. And once you get over that hurdle, it's just time to celebrate and pour yourself a glass of wine. I'm a wine girl. Cheers.
I know. Cheers. It looks kind of similar to my tequila cocktail I'm having. I figured we could cheers to you. And I mean, cheers to rolling with the punches. Wow. I mean, what happens when you're getting like punched every minute or something? It's beyond punches anymore, right? It's a massage, you know, it's like those massage chairs or something. But really,
character.
Yeah, it really does. And it builds skills. And really, the artists are lucky to have you on the team. The staff is lucky to have you on the team. I'm lucky, the board, everyone. So thank you so much for being on the team this year and rolling with the punches. And part of what you do too is program managing other things. So you haven't only been helping re-engineer and redesign our annual tradition of, you know, inviting 800 artists to open their studios and 100,000 people to visit them in real life. You also have some other programs that you manage, which is Art Neighborhoods, and we have an Excelsior Art Walk that you've been working on that also have been adapted a little bit. Do you want to talk about those? I mean, those are kind of granted based programs that we do. So there's a lot of interesting details that people out there may not understand. That in addition to supporting artists directly in their studio practice, we also encourage them to make art and put it up on the walls of other places.
Yeah, so our Art Neighborhoods program in particular is one of my favorite programs, and our production team right now is being led by my wonderful Art Neighborhoods program manager, Inas Alsuki, and she has been just amazing managing everything. But for Art Neighborhoods, essentially what we do is we bring artists into unexpected locations that have tourist and local appeal here in our local San Francisco in California. And what this does is you can have these wonderful and amazing, authentic art encounters in places as unexpected as a bowling alley or a cafe while you're enjoying your morning coffee and having a biscuit or something, or as maybe even official as City Hall. So these are just wonderful venues that we've created community partnerships with that allow us to come in and hang art on the walls, and they focus on exhibiting artists within our immediate vicinity. So that includes local San Francisco Bay Area artists. And throughout that program, obviously COVID has disrupted so much for so many of us, but we've been able to adapt it to the virtual realm. So since March, when quarantine happened for us here in the Bay Area, we've still continued to shape that program, and we've been able to have 6 artist receptions, 12 new art installations across San Francisco, and we were able to place funds directly in the hands of over 16 artist exhibitors through our Art Neighborhoods program. So if there are any San Francisco Bay Area artists out there who are interested in exhibiting across venues in the city, please do reach out to us. You can find us at artspan.org or email us directly at info@artspan.org. So please do reach out. We're here waiting to assist you and to bring you to our greater community, especially now that we are so globally connected through this virtual realm.
Wow, that is amazing to summarize what we've been doing in 6 months. What you've been doing for the past 6 months to continue to give artists money, to continue to put art up, even though we're kind of shelter in place, to readapt what goes out in the world into it still being visible, maybe from sidewalks or from outside, and look inside and still see art. So kudos to you, Vanessa. I've said this a couple of times, and I think you really understand. I mean, we literally wouldn't have open studios, nor would we really have the adapted art and neighborhood program, the COVID 2020 version, without you. So thank you so much. And I just want to say out there to the world, if you're listening, she's really incredible and does a lot. And all of these programs she mentioned specifically are granted funds, which means we have, is that Otis, your dog, saying hello? Yeah. Yeah. She got a puppy during this time too. So in addition to having all these challenges, she also has a new amazing puppy, Otis, that she's been raising. And we've all been enjoying him showing up in our video feeds and our meetings and our tech streams. There he is. So granted funds are complicated. You have to put in a long grant application, then you have to have a budget, then you honor the budget, you spend the money where you're saying going to spend it, and then you prove that you do all the paperwork. And Vanessa is managing a handful of grants right now, maybe 5, I think. And it's a lot. And so in addition to everything else you see and everything else you're experiencing with us, you're also experiencing Vanessa being amazing and doing a lot of other work. And to the budget, I want to say that ArtSpan has a nice budget, and it's all has to be donated in some way, shape, or form. We do have a little bit of earned revenue, which comes from some of these program fees and from our memberships. But really, it is the generosity of all of you. Also, a lot of artists, they donate work to us, and then we sell it at our big auction. We were a week away from our big auction before shelter in place happened, and we could not have it. So we've been doing all kinds of other creative ways to raise some money and keep our programming going. But we thought it'd be really fun for those of you out there to see 2 years ago when we really launched our Onondaga Art Center capital campaign. It was a big push to raise almost $250,000 in one swell swoop. So we're going to have that video right now. And if you're able, if you're out there listening and you can donate to us, please go to artspan.org/donate. It's really easy. We make it easy for you to give us money. So if you like what you see, you like what you hear, enjoying your time with your artist, please know that we turn our money over directly to artists, and we turn it over to the programs we do, like that Vanessa runs. So Vanessa, thank you so much for showing up and being here. And I guess we'll hear some more reports later on, maybe even after when we kind of have our recap of how the artist visit's going. But if you're listening here too, please either donate to ArtSpan or go visit artists in their studios. We have just a little under 2 hours left. Thanks, Vanessa.
Thanks, Joanne.
See you soon. Okay, bye. So, what do we have next?
We are raising $250,000 tonight with your help. I can't tell you how touched I am that so many artists donate to ArtSpan. Have you guys noticed the art?
Doesn't that look like fun? All those fun events we had, our auction, our gala. Um, Again, sometime, hopefully soon, we will be partying together, celebrating art, and supporting art together. A lot of those events you just saw go by could not be made possible without one of our probably most dedicated, most amazing artist board members. Next up, we have Audrey Heller, and I'm just going to ask Audrey to go ahead and join me while I continue to talk about her so you can see how amazing she is. Audrey, oh my God, there you are. Not only is Audrey amazing, look at her in her studio and her beautiful work. And of course, this is mostly about Audrey as the artist, so we want her to talk about that. But I just want you all to know that she was the person behind the scenes doing the last production version on the Rose event. And here she is looking beautiful and amazing and all ready to talk about her art. There's a lot of things, Audrey, we could talk about because, I mean, we could talk for like 7 hours. But
We usually
mainly want
do.
to hear from you. Yeah, we usually do. How's it going out there?
It's
What do you want people to know? What do you want to invite them to tell you and see you? What do you want to, what can we know from you? You're out there in the field.
Well, it's been really remarkable. I was just telling Malay that I wanted to wait a bit on my interview because I had a visitor from Mexico, and I was like, someone I haven't seen for years, and she just showed up in my booth, and I could just about cry. And so that idea that we had of this being available to people from all over is really happening today. I've had visitors from the East Coast, from out of the area, and that's been really sweet. And it's really great to see people in their homes. Open Studios is, usually a time that's unique that collectors get to come into our spaces. But with this format, we get to go to theirs. So one of the first people I had that I had visiting me, he said, "Well, I buy most of my artwork at Open Studios. They're big fans." And I said, "Oh, what's that over your shoulder? Is that such and so?" And he said, "No, actually." And then he took me with his phone on a tour of his house and showed me his art collection, which is great. It's really charming to see that. And of course, I mean, on the whatever business side, it gives me a good insight into what he might be interested in. I'm like, oh, he reads and he travels, and so maybe he'll like this. But it's also just very intimate and very there's some really interesting possibilities. So I'm excited about some of those unexpected bonuses. What have you been calling them?
COVID blessings.
COVID treats.
COVID treats, like it's funny. I do call them COVID blessings, and blessing is a little bit religious-y for me, but it's really just like an unexpected gift. And it's like in a time that things are so challenging, you don't expect to have some things that are actually going to work out better. And I mean, and if you heard you've been in your booth, you didn't know. I just had a little chat with Vanessa, and like we could not have this year without Vanessa. We could not have this year without you. Those of you out there listening, don't let her happy, simple demeanor, not simple, but like happy and like, and they're with us in like just amazing and artful. She's worked so hard for months since March for us to help re-engineer this. She's a great event producer and thinker of things and solver of problems. And really, I'm so happy that you're there on the other side now, getting to experience these things we put together. It means so much to me. You've done so much for ArtSpan, for artists, for so many for so long.
Well, thank you. It's been gratifying. It's been a nice thing to do as part of the energy of this. We've all been looking in these COVID times for how do we participate, how do we serve, how do we make the world better, and I'm really pleased with the response that we're having from artists and from collectors with what we've come up with and what this amazing ArtSpan staff has pulled together. We're all just on this unbelievably steep learning curve.
Unbelievable, and yet here we are. We're all still standing. We're like we haven't rolled back down the hill on these steep curves. And I mean, and one thing that I think is interesting to want to just bring out to the world is that you were an artist who took your show on the road literally. Every season. I mean, you have such a knack for being able to like pack and organize and install and see and promote and travel and ship to yourself and unpack. And there you are in your local studio now, but you could be anywhere in the world really, and people from all over the world are able to see you now. Like, you're not going to them. So it's super cool to hear someone from Mexico's in and people from all over. So how does that translate for you? Like, you are an art fair goddess, and here you are, San Francisco, bringing it to the people.
Well, yeah, I mean, open studios is usually the time of year where I've been out on the road for months and then come home and have my sort of home season of open studios and some other local events. And of course, the artist cohort that I know who is usually out on the road, we're all dealing with this total inversion of our world. I mean, we've always dealt with risks of maybe it storms one day, or maybe there's a baseball game that keeps everyone from coming to your show, or there are always unexpected things. And that a show a year or so one weekend a year, maybe a couple weekends on a bad year will get wiped out, but nobody expected an entire season. And of course, that's not just the artists, that's the event producers, that's the people who depend on all the various businesses that are associated with it, whether it's restaurants or hotels or people who sell white vans for us to pack up. But it's also, we miss the connection with, we miss that connection with our collectors, with other artists. We get inspired by the time that we spend around other people's work. We get inspired by the feedback that we have from audiences. And so, when you and I started talking about what we were going to do with this year and how to bring some of that flavor into an event that is now taking place on a computer, which is usually a cold medium, how do we bring that warmth in? And we're learning, we're trying. I really appreciate all of the attendees who are coming along for the ride and trying it out and telling us what they think. And it's going to keep getting better. But I think there have been some really magical moments, and I hope we continue to make that, to make those connections. And now that gets back to our tagline, but it really is about those connections and how they support us, which is never more important than right now.
It really is. And I see both bodies of work behind you there. And so I just want to give a shout out for your website is going along the bottom there. So people can find you, can buy your work. I know you sell multiple sizes and multiple kind of types of your beautiful photographic prints, the Linger series, and the miniatures.
I gotta turn my lights on.
It's turning that time with the smoke and the doom and the gloom outside. It's kind of getting dark a little earlier than I even anticipated. But thank you, really, Audrey. You are a priceless treasure of the San Francisco art community, and I'm happy to call you a friend and a colleague and a board member. And I just want to say, I got a text from Kurt Wilhelm, our chair, who said, "The production is amazing. We can sell this to other nonprofits." So
awesome.
It's all paying off.
That's great. And Anaz and Malay are still there, which means that they're hanging in. So that's great.
Doing amazing. We can't wait to hear. We can't wait to hear yours and Diane's update from being out in the field today in your studios, being artists, and then for you to hear what's happened with us as well. So thank you for your time.
Adventures.
Yeah, thanks for stepping away. Thank you so much. Everyone, go see Audrey right now. Go visit her in her studio. She has space because she's been with us. So thanks, right. Audrey.
All right. Bye-bye.
Awesome. Yeah, bye-bye. Amazing. Audrey Heller, go see her. She's in her studio, going back in there right now. She took a moment to come say hello to us. And next up, we have the amazing JL King, who, JL, you're standing by. Do you want to come and join me? And we can just do a little chats together.
Hi.
Hi, there you are. You're in your studio. I want to hold up this and make sure it doesn't have too much glare. Hello, everyone out there that's listening and paying attention and watching. If you're not in studios right now, this is JL's amazing, amazing, amazing work. I also own a piece of yours that I adore and love, and it's right above my sink, so I get to look at it all the time. Thank you for this. Thank you so much. CCC cover. It's really, every element of it is totally spot on this year. I thought it might be kind of interesting for people who don't necessarily know your work or even do know your work to hear you talk about this piece or maybe your work in general. I mean, you have such a perfection of the application of your paint that you can do surrealist work that kind of just literally looks like it's walking right off the page, the ants in the back of the canvas. So like, how's it going? And tell us about your work. That's what I want to know. So I'm going to stop talking now and let you tell us.
All right. Everything's going great. I love this. The whole virtual open studios is going really good. I'm getting a lot of visitors and a lot of good. It feels almost like a real experience. You've got some people popping in and popping back out, just like they would in real life. Some staying and art friends coming and visiting and talking. So it's been really good. So thank you for doing this, and it's really working out really good.
Good. Thank you for that feedback. It's happy to hear. I mean, it's a weird thing that everyone's like, but it's not that weird. It actually kind of feels like a real thing. It's not totally weird. It's real people coming in to say hello.
Yeah.
Good.
It's feeling good. As far as that piece, Cadence of the Kindled, or my work in general, I'd say it's more like a blend of trompe-l'oeil, which is the trick of the eye style of artwork, where it's meant to look like what you described, like it's popping off the screen, like you can kind of pluck the ant right off of the canvas there. But then I blend in elements of imaginative realism or surrealism to kind of give it that fantasy feel. It feeds my need for that kind of creative fantasy. So when I create the pieces, I want to personally feel like I can dive right into that space that I've created or realized onto the canvas. So that piece that you see there, I created the canvas, I painted the canvas as it is in front of me, and then I put a person in it, looking like they're interacting, like I feel like I'm a part of the conversation, like just standing aside, looking at that piece, and there's somebody opening the curtain, feels like they're communicating to me actually in real time. And that's the sense that I want to get from most of the works that I put out there.
It's great to hear you say that. I mean, as you know, I'm a big fan, and a little video slide went by earlier of the beautiful piece you made us for auction a couple of years ago, and me like, wow, because it went such a lovely price, and your work is so amazing. But it's amazing to hear you talk about it. Kind of, it's a conversation. It's like there's room for the viewer, for the appreciator to be there with it too. And I mean, this year, the theme of Adapt that we kind of did a shout out for, and then your description of it, and the curtain, it's like we're all kind of behind curtains, or we kind of feel like we're coming through a veil right now. And to be able to have your work on so much of our promotion, to have it on our website, to have it everywhere, it feels so special. So couldn't be more thankful and appreciative of you sharing your work with us and the world. And really, oh, thank you. I'm so curious. I see you're working at a pretty big canvas back there, and it looks like it's all torn up. It looks like someone's shredding paper off of it.
That's right. That's a common I think thread in a lot of my work, is just kind of the revealing of a space behind another layer or another domain. So this is actually a commission that I'm doing, but it's a cardboard box that's been ripped open, and there's actually another world, another room going on behind it. But you can see along the edge here, there's it's like an old television screen there.
Yeah, that's really cool. A lot of amazing details going on, and it's huge.
It is big. But it took me a long time to get this going too. But it is. I'm looking forward to seeing it finished and feeling like I'm gonna dive right through that hole that I created there.
It's amazing. And I see you're in your beautiful studio. I love your like little loft studio up there at ARC. I love ARC. And you guys are going to do a little bit, you're going to continue on your open studio season, right? For a couple more weeks. You guys are going to do a couple events a couple weeks from now?
Yeah, that's right. We're doing a group show, but I think originally we were going to do in-person open studios, but we're not doing that anymore. We're going to do art talks, and we have the art gallery artists will have a show in the gallery. But we're still open for studio visits, or some of us are. So in person, seeing works in person is still possible.
Great.
Yeah.
I'm glad to know that. I mean, and really, I know a lot of artists are, kind of going out, putting their toes in the water of like really super, COVID safe visits. Come in, we'll stay social distance, wear your mask, come see the art in person. Because really, we do know that art is what inspires, and it's amazing to see you in your studio and to see the art behind you. But we know that seeing it in person, I mean, people out there, I'm telling you, her work is stunning. Just the details is unbelievable. It's oil on canvas. Yeah. Okay.
Oil on linen.
On linen, okay. And it's absolutely stunning, beautiful layers, really almost always like beautiful like gloss finish over the front that just makes the light bounce all around your eyeballs. We have a little ticker going across the bottom that has your website, jlkingart.com. And also it sounds like people can get in touch with you directly to make an appointment to come see you and see the art in real person too, if they want.
Great. Yeah, but
Great.
I'm maintaining social distance. I've got my air purifiers and masks, so we'll be safe. We're safe here.
Awesome. Okay. Well, I hope to come see you too, because I miss you and I miss all my favorite artists. Yeah. So thank you for taking a little time away. I heard you had some people in your studio and you had to oh my gosh, I have to go get on really quick. And same with Audrey. She had someone in from Mexico. So thank you for the time. Thank you for the nice words. And we appreciate you doing what you do. And I'll come see you soon.
Thank you, Joanne. Thank you,
Okay.
ArtSpan.
Thank you again. Thank you so much. Wow. I really am so touched, and really, it's hard to know what you can say when people are there just making beautiful art and feeling really good about it. And people are visiting from all over. So next we actually have another set of the virtual art studio tours. So please, your job is to go visit the artist below. If you are dialing, I keep saying dialing, I don't know, what is it, like Jerry Lewis telethon style? If you are watching on Facebook, or if you are at YouTube and you're wondering what's going on, go to our online guide, artspan.org/SFOS, and click on the gray event. You'll come right into our BoothCentral feed, where you can visit the artists directly in their studios. They have booths, virtual booths, and they're there waiting for you. Or you can go to BoothCentral.com, directly look up events, type in ArtSpan, and come to our gray event. So please do that. We're going to send up 3 more of our vast videos from 3 other artists. They're in their studios now. We have Einar Gergen-Weston, who also won, she was noted in top 5 of our Amplify Awards. We have Sean O'Donnell, and we also have Daniel Liu. So please enjoy these vasts, see their studios, and most importantly, go see them live right now, today. And you have until 8 o'clock. Okay, take it away.
Hi, my name is Einar Gergen-Weston. I'm a San Francisco-based virtual artist. I'm a fine art photographer. I have a studio at Art Studios and Gallery here in Selma on Folsom Street. I had this idea during a yoga class when our teacher told us how we should be in the present, how difficult it was to be in the present, and how I could capture this feeling with my photographs. So I started taking multiple exposures. And with this 3 layers of the photograph, I thought maybe I could have this glimpse of the past, present, and future. In my images, people walk through each other without really seeing each other. Maybe you'll see someone's handbag and shoe or a t-shirt, but you're really not aware of each other. These ghostly images appear, whether it is from the highlights or the shadows of the photographs. The more you look at it, the more you see. Here you see a little bit of a different production. These ones, I again send my images. These ones are mounted on 1/2-inch thick acrylic. When you look from the sides, it is super clear. You see nothing. The image is mounted at the back. This thickness and the way that they're mounted on the wall gives another depth to my images. Thank you so much for visiting my studio. This year has been a crazy year for all of us. ArtSpan organized this event under these, tough conditions. I'm super grateful to the community that I belong, and very grateful to all of you for supporting arts.
Hi there, my name is Sean O'Donnell. I'm a San Francisco-based sculptor and assemblage artist. Yesterday morning I went to the flea market, still haven't had a chance to unload my car. Isn't that a delight? I can hardly wait to see what happens with some of these things. My workshop, all the wondrous things that I hope to make art with, and also all the wondrous things I do make art with. Tools, drill presses, those clarinets, who knows what's going to happen there. This series will be featured in Art Gallery's 4 Squared show coming up in August of this year. There will be 16 pieces in total, and each one features a metronome. This recent series, I was inspired by the Japanese aesthetic of wabi-sabi. In these pieces, I'm honoring also the blemishes, the flaws, the textures, and patinas that are inherent in the things that I find at the flea market. And for the most part, except for a little bit of cleaning up and, of course, reassembling, I leave them in their natural state as I found them. Well, that's it. Thank you again for joining me on the tour of my art studio and my petite salon.
Hi, I'm Daniel Loy, a photographer. Welcome to my gallery. At the same time, this is my office in the Dogbatch neighborhood, and I'm really grateful that I can use some of the space to show my art and welcome visitors. This is now my 8th time that I'm doing open studios here in San Francisco, together with my friends from Studio Nocturne, a group of local night photographers. With my night photography, I try to make things visible that we don't see or perceive in the same way with our own eyes. This can be long-time exposures of a body of water that becomes all smooth, or it could be stars in the sky that move and we're gonna get star trails. Same time, I enjoy to use my flashlight to illuminate part of the scene. So I'm really painting with light. It's called light painting, and really it's nice how it adds accents to otherwise a dead object. A new project I have is starting sequences of the moon, and this all started with this image here. That's the view that we have from our balcony of Bernal Hive, and I saw the moon setting one night over Bernal, and I kind of thought, oh, this could be cool to do something like that. The print is mounted on a wood panel and coated with resin for protection and to have this clear finish. A few years ago, I started a new process. where I mount prints on wood panels. So first I start with wood panel, I seal the panel, put adhesive on it, and then mount the print. The print itself will be protected by varnishing, and then afterwards I put resin on top. It's not an easy process, and many things can go wrong. And they do. But if the stars align, the result is stunning. Like this one here, where we have a star trail on the Potrero Hill power plant. By the way, I just got a notification that this print was accepted for a show at the DI. Thank you for joining me in this little gallery tour. I hope you enjoyed it. If you have any questions, or if you'd like to see it in person, please contact me. Stay well and safe. Cheers.
We ask jurors to come in and to look at all the art of the Plus and Premier artist, which was 255 pieces of art this year, and to pick one artist that they think deserves their Amplify Award, and then to have 5 of the kind of like tops that they also would kind of give honorable mentions to, because everyone deserves to be seen, everyone deserves to be visited, but we thought it's always nice to have some art luminaries come in and then share with you their idea of who needs to be amplified right now or deserves it. The first juror, Ashley Voss. Many of you know Ashley Voss. She's an amazing member of our community. She just opened a really beautiful gallery in the Mission District. She has been on our outreach committee. She is a huge fan and friend to artists near and far. There she is in front of her space. So as you can, please go visit her and see really, really amazing art. And the next we're going to do is give you her top 5s. Congratulations, William Rhodes, woo! Einar Gergen Weston, yay! Leslie Morgan, couldn't be more happy for you guys. I also want to mention that William Rhodes is also one of our Equity Grant Award recipients. We had an anonymous donor offer to pay for 10 of our artists that are underrepresented part of our population, and the 10 winners got to have a full Plus membership for the Open Studios registration covered, and we couldn't be more happy to have William Rhodes as one of those recipients. So thank you all, and the next one's up, Philip Hua and Soad Khader. Congratulations to the top 5 for Ashley Voss. Her choice for her Amplify winner is Joseph Abati. Joseph, congratulations. We couldn't be happier.
Well, thanks so much to ArtSpan for this event tonight, and also to Ashley for her choice. I really appreciate that. This particular piece I did during isolation. It's called Facing Oneself, and it's really about how I think a lot of us have been dealing with this pandemic, looking more internal to ourselves. This particular painting is actually a triptych. So it's 3 panels put together, and the figure actually looking at itself. And then the center panel is kind of like a graphic representation, more abstract graphic representation of how I was feeling about the form right here. I like to paint very flat. My paint is very matte. I have a graphic design background, so I like to actually imitate printmaking in a lot of ways. And this was actually after a series of small paintings I did, like 12-inch rounds. This was actually the first one I did to a full scale. This is 30 inches by 30 inches. It kind of like sums up what I've been going through, you know, just as an artist, being isolated. I'm so happy to share this with everyone, and thank you for your support.
Okay, the next year we have is Eden Stein. Also a huge champion of local creators. She has her beautiful Secession Art and Design on Mission Street. She also happens to be the president of the local Merchants Association. She became a mother in this time, just about a year ago, I believe, and continues to support art and artists. And she has excellent taste in all the things creative and artful. Her top 5 winners are Dominique Caron. We have Sandra Speedle. Looks like some beautiful paintings. We have DK Haas. Congratulations, DK. Really, really nice to see your work up there. Susie Barnard, beautiful work. Also a longtime ArtSpan member. And we also have Jamie Pavlich Walker. Really beautiful work. Congratulations to all of you for being noted in the top 5 of Eden's selections. Her winner is Nina Fabunmi. Woo! Shwa! So exciting. Really, really happy for you, Nina. But yeah, she's a fabulous painter. She is now out at Hunters Point Shipyard. Again, she works really, really hard. She's a mother of 2 really fine boys. Next, we have Marcia Connell. She is a Sonoma County art professor and an artist herself. And as I mentioned earlier, our nod to the really far-reaching, entire huge Bay Area artists, we wanted to invite as many people as possible. And we asked Sonoma County artists if they wanted to participate as well. And as I said, we had several artists from the Sonoma County Art Walk join us. And so we thought it'd be nice to have someone from the region as well be a juror. So as you see here, these are her top 5. Michelle Hoting has some really interesting work there as a necklace. We also have Linda Larson. Linda, love you. Thank you for beautiful work. And we have Beth Fine. And the other 2 are Carol Coomer. Congratulations, Carol. Beautiful, beautiful painting as always. And Gary Rocho. It looks like he is an incredible photographer. Remember when you could travel and see the world? Gary must have done a lot of it. And the Amplify winner for Marcia Connell is Nina Fabunmi! Yay! It is so amazing when we have 255 pieces of art. The jurors have no idea who anyone else is selecting. They get to spend time with the art, go into the artist website, figure out who they think deserves this Amplify Award, and Nina won back-to-back. Congratulations, Nina, times 2. And with that, we'll get on to the next winner. The juror is Matt McKinley. He is our vice chair of the board of directors of ArtSpan. He is a huge advocate for artists everywhere, incredible curator, incredible installer, has hung some of the most complicated, interesting shows I've ever seen. And he has his own art services company, McKinley Art Solutions. We asked him to be a juror as well. Here he is in full Matt regalia, probably preparing for a show. His top 5 are incredible honor to be honored by Matt McKinley, I'd say. Dolores R. Gray, congratulations in the top 5 of Matt McKinley selections. Jamie Luoto, beautiful work. I believe Jamie is one of our Sonoma County artists. Really, really incredible work. Congratulations to you, Jamie. Holly Wong, thank you so much. And the next 2, Vadim Puyanative, beautiful work. Vadim, thank you so much. And Kate Tova, awesome, amazing work. The Amplify winner for Matt McKinley is Roberta Aaron Studios. Tell us a little bit about your work and about your art and your practice.
Well, so first I want to thank the jurors of ArtSpan and San Francisco Open Studios. Thank you for inviting the North Bay. It was really, it was a no-brainer for me to join and do this. It's just, again, it's just an awesome feeling to be recognized by the Bay Area with that. For the past 5 years, I've been developing my perfection on the technique of working with crepe linen. I was pushing my limits. I was absolutely pushing my limits to create a piece this size. Again, it's one of the largest pieces I've done. Its name is Malibu. It's in my water series. But each one of the water series pieces are representational of a piece of water in California so far. I've done Malibu, Rincon, Tamales, Salmon Creek, and I really enjoy going out and looking at the water and bringing it back to the studio and translating it into the pieces that I'm doing. So, but I'm so grateful. Thank you so much for the award.
Congratulations, Roberta. It's so nice to have you a member of our community. The work is gorgeous. It's beautiful. Thank you so much for continuing to bring the world to all of us. And I really, congratulations on your first Amplify Award from ArtSpan. Next up, we have our next juror, Philip Bewley. Who doesn't love Philip Bewley? Yeah. He is the gallery director and curator for Design Gallery. He does so much for local artists, puts together incredible shows that work beautifully and amazingly with their incredible furniture. And we brought him in and asked him if he'd be a part of our auction, which he did willingly, and then asked him to be a juror for us as well. And he has incredible taste. He has a huge heart. I couldn't be more pleased to have him part of our community as well. And now let's see who he chose for his top fives. Ronald Chase, congratulations, Ronald. Jamie Luoto, again, that's 2 for you. Congratulations. I think, like I said, another Sonoma artist. Great to have you here. Jane Grimm, wow. So much texture, so much geography in her ceramics. She's been making ceramics for a long time. Just a master of the ceramic arts. Congratulations, Jane. Howard Hirsch, also incredible geometry and depth of his work. And Henry Bortman. Congratulations to you too. So congratulations to the 5 of you. And now let's see who is, last but not least, Philip Bewley's winner is Genevieve Larue. So happy for you.
Yes, well, first, thank you. Thank you to Philip, and thank you for ArtSpan. These nods are really important to all of us. So mainly I do etchings and also mezzotint. This particular piece is an etching. It's 3 plates. I work with copper, and the colored layer in that plate is a monotype. So it's color applied on acrylic, and then it gets printed together with the copper plates that are aquatint. So it's a lot of details, but yes, this piece was done just before we went in lockdown, if I remember well. And I often in my work, I like to play with notions that are considered in a position. And in this particular case, we see something, but we don't quite know what it is. So there is visibility, but it's not really clear. So that's what this piece mainly is about. It's called Obscure.
It's absolutely stunning. I encourage all of you to please visit Geneviève at her event, the Gold event on October 8th. Please visit her website.
It means so much. Thank you.
Really so honored to have those jurors that come in and spend time with 255 or more pieces of art, and then to select these incredible artists. Thank you so much to our jurors. Congratulations to all of our Amplify winners. Next up, we have a new series we started. It's called We the Artists. In this time of so much kind of turmoil and discovery of who we are and judgments we hold and systematized racism and just trying to make the world a better place and having to unpack our own biases, we decided it was really important to make sure that we are doing what we can to amplify melanated voices, to find those underrepresented people in our population that we could do more for, to make sure that we are not just succumbing to the pressures of society, and that we are making sure to lift up other artists. And we have this series that was started by a friend of mine, an amazing just person who understands art and artfulness and has done a lot of really cool social media projects. Her name is Jackie Campbell. And when we were trying to figure out a way to do more for Black artists and people of color artists, we asked if she might be interested to kind of look at our population and do some interviews and highlight them in a new series. And she said yes. And we've continued to do that series after she created it and worked with us to make it really stellar. And now our staff person, Inas Alsuki, who you've heard me mention a couple of times already, who's behind the scenes as we speak, running the production board. She's kept it going, and we've asked some other curators to come along eventually too. And what's up next is the We the Artist. It's a slideshow of the work we've done so far. And we also, this year, we had their first ever equity grant. An anonymous donor offered to pay for 10 underrepresented artist to have a plus level Open Studios membership this year. And also very, very happy about that. So 10 artists of color were given their a free Open Studios participation, and really happy to have them as part of our population as well. So next up, we have the We the Artist series. And after that, we have another set of vast videos of, again, 3 artists that are in their studios right now as we speak: Barbara Pollock Lewis, Denise Tarantino, and Catherine Sherman. Thanks, everyone. See you soon.
Hi, I'm Barbara Pollock Lewis, and I'm going to show you my studio today. Glad you're here. So you can see this is my space. I usually have a painting on the easel. This is a painting that I've been working on for maybe a little too long. This is part of my underwater series that I started. I like to shoot my own reference. So for this, I actually have an underwater camera. I was really into the idea of distortion. So these are some of the reference that I use. These are some of my friends' kids, but I really like the distortion that's happening in there. Thought it would be a challenge. One thing that I have been obsessed with for a really long time is imagery that's retro, kind of 1950s and 60s. So I recently got into painting TV dinners, which is like the quintessential 1950s and 60s food, fast food, I guess. So I started off collecting images of old sort of Swanson TV dinners and started painting them on boards. And then I thought, you know, what would be great is to actually paint them on a tray. Thought that might be kind of fun. So this is a recent piece that I did in response to the wildfires in California. I did a series of these. This is the largest one. This is called Kathy Fire. The smoke was so thick that even in San Francisco, we had to wear masks because it was so smoky. I think that a lot of my work is defined by emotional responses. So this is a recent piece that I did. I have a whole bunch of, these are family members of mine, and I started working in collage. So this one is, this was Miranda Under Quarantine is the title of this piece. And this is actually going to be in an upcoming show. My favorite aspect of working at ARC is the other people in the space. I love working around other working artists. I love seeing what they're up to. It's a really good combination of having some privacy, but also knowing that there's other people around that are creating interesting work. Thank you so much for coming to visit me in my studio. I am so lucky to work with some amazing artists in this space, and I hope that you will visit their studios too. Thank you.
Hi friends, Denise Tarantino here, analog photographer coming to you from ARC Studios, upstairs from the gallery on Folsom Street, Studio 202. It's been a very experimental couple of years for me. I wanted to branch out and provide photography in a less classical way, let's just say. I was classically trained, went to International Center for Photography for many years and trained by some of the best in the business. I love to use it more as an art form or as a way to communicate humor. My series, Roadside America, which has been shown in museums and galleries throughout North America, really has a hint of humor. And for those of you that know the series and collect the series, it's won a lot of awards and accolades from museums and galleries. When I drive around and do my Roadside America series, I'm using a medium format film, so it's almost like a scouting trip, but I still love capturing little hidden treasures that people overlook, and often in rural America, which I love to just get lost and shoot. So this is my studio, and I do a couple of different things up here. I frame. I work on my Polaroids. A lot of Polaroid techniques and creativity happens here. And I also have started doing these film boxes. These film boxes just kind of happened from a flea market find. I was down in Southern California, and I noticed a box full of film, and I started kind of holding it up to the morning light and noticed how the still film would still dance like it was alive and have a lot of motion, even though it wasn't being projected on a big screen. And I just instantly fell in love with it and wanted to give it a second life. I'm also in the process of developing workshops. Of course, we have to wait until it's safe for everybody to get together again, but I look forward to seeing some of you participate and give me feedback and help me develop a program that you can all enjoy.
My name is Catherine Sherman. I make quilts. When I'm picking out fabric, I always look for symbols. I love symbols. So this to me looks like tears. It could be rain, but I'm probably going to go with tears. And I have used it, in fact, as tears. And then also, I love anchor. What a powerful image that is. So you'll definitely find the anchor in some of my quilts. I also really love including fabric from different time periods. So this sort of screams 60s, right? This is a jacket, a men's blazer that I found at a thrift shop in South Africa. And I will definitely be putting this in quilts, both symbolically and also just as a stripe. It could be fun to mix it up with something like this, which is modern, but it looks like a large-scale calico. So that's kind of fun. I feel like quilts are a great way to do time travel. And I'm happy to welcome you to my studio.
Wow. If you're touched and inspired by those videos, please go see those artists in their studios right now. They are standing by. They're hanging out. They're showing their work, doing artist talks. A lot of these little video segments I've been able to pop into some of the studios myself, and it's really amazing. Wonderful conversations happening, screen shares of art, etc. And the Vast is great, but it's even better right now because it's live, it's real time, and you can go see them. And we only have about a half hour left. We have 37 minutes before this version, this episode, this event for SFOS 2020, our virtual version, is over. This is the gray event. Different artists in every single one of our events. We have 4 of our streams. We've already had one last Saturday. We have this one ending in about 35 minutes. And then we have 2 more. We have one on Saturday from 10 to 2 p.m. Pacific time, and another one the following Thursday, October 8th, again at this time slot from 4 to 8 p.m. Pacific time. Next up, we have a couple of live interviews in from the field. And next, we're just going to bring up Priscilla Otani and ask her how it's going in her studio. Priscilla, are you with me? Hi, there you are. Oh, it's so good to see you. I just thought it'd be nice for everyone to see you while I just give you some accolades. This is Priscilla Otani. Not only is she an amazing artist and does some incredible political work that I wanted to talk about, but she's also one of the partners and founders of ARC Studio and Gallery, which is a really, really important hub of artistic creativity and artistic support in San Francisco. Do you want to tell us a little bit about ARC and maybe what's going on there now and the time they shut in?
Sure.
And then we'll ask you about your work. Great. Thank you.
Okay. So this should have been our 10-year anniversary of the founding of ARC. And we had initially planned a artist exhibition of work by every single artist who ever had a studio in our building the last 10 years. It's been postponed, of course, by COVID, because I think the exhibition was supposed to be in February. But you know, it is what it is. But our group studio site has been around for, like I said, 10 years, and it's always been a multi-use space. So not only do we have artists using ARC Studios and Gallery, but we have a nonprofit that uses the space. Curtis Street Workshop, which is the oldest Asian Pacific Islander arts group, has their headquarters office in one of our rooms. And we have Vega Cafe, which is a coffee kiosk, which was there even before we moved in. And of course, Stephen runs his professional development business from this building. So we've always had a gamut and grouping of different people there. And we have a pretty tight community, I would say, at ARC. And I try to help out by producing a newsletter, helping to produce an artist newsletter every month. And I have a friend who's a writer in Montana who does interviews. She's interviewed all of our studio artists and has written articles that are featured in our monthly magazine. But just to give a little bit more face and character to who actually is in our building.
Wow.
It's been good.
Yeah, and I mean, really, for those of you who are listening from wherever you are in the world, Patricia is very articulate and she's very gracious, but I'm telling you, it's truly a hub of our community in so many ways. I mean, a nonprofit, so many artists have beautiful artist studios there. The shows you guys put on are meaningful and intentional and well planned and well thought out, well attended. Oh my God, remember back when we could go in?
Yes. Well, you're cut out. Can't hear you. What happened here? I can't hear you. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, good.
Okay. We don't know what happened. You know, it never fails.
Yep.
This is like we're almost at hour 7.5 of the two that we've done, and this is the first time that happened. So what I was saying is that, do you remember the time that we could be in person and be together? And you said, yes, of course. And really, your shows are amazing. And part of the shows that are amazing are some of them that you curate that are really, really amazing. And I think of some of my favorite art shows, and one of yours that's political comes to mind. And I would love for you to talk about your political work for a few minutes before we have to move on to the next guest and talk to other things. But I think it's such an important time that we understand that artists are such a part of our collective voice and our collective consciousness. So want to talk a little bit about your political work for us?
Sure. I'm a member of the Northern California Women's Caucus for Art. And a lot of the artwork that we focus on is activist artwork. And I've been happy to sponsor several of these political works in our gallery. The most recent one was called F213, or Fahrenheit 213, 1 degree above the boiling point of blood. And it really was a group of artists from all over the country whose work reflected, resistance and revolt against the Trump administration. And also, my own personal interest in political art has lasted for quite a long time. I actually started with political issues in Japan, which is where I'm from. And more recently, I've been focusing on artwork, activist work in the United States, issues particularly around politics.
Thank you. Really, I mean, thank you so much, because it's hard enough to be an artist. And then sometimes when you really use that voice to raise up other issues and make sure people are hearing you and bringing people to a conversation that sometimes can be challenging. I mean, there's really no better person than you to be able to stand strong and make sure people come and listen and hear what needs to be heard. I mean, especially now, we're just weeks away from the next election. And I thought, I really would love to get Priscilla on here to talk about it, because those of you that are out there, please go see Priscilla. What is that? Oh,
Okay.
the postcards.
Yeah, postcards, yeah.
Good. Are you sending them out all over the country?
No, these are not to be sent. These are actually handmade collages.
Oh, good. Oh, even better.
Yes.
They're art. So those of you who are watching, please go see Priscilla in her studio. It looks like she might be actually in her home right now, which is also filled with art. Her and her husband are avid, incredible collectors and supporters of art writ large. So thank you for the work you do. Sorry about the foible on the, I don't know what happened, but we got it solved. So back to the studio you go. Anyone out there listening, go see Priscilla now, because her studio is open and have some spaces to slide in. Thank you so much for your art. Thank you, Priscilla. Okay, bye. Thank you. Yeah, so moving smoothly, everything's fine. Then all of a sudden, no one can hear me. I wasn't muted, by the way, to my production staff. I clearly saw my button was not pushed. So I don't know what happened, but I took my earbuds out, so maybe that solved it for a little bit. Next up, we have another incredible artist, Claudio Tagliaferro. I've destroyed his name. I'll have him say his name. I'm trying to say things better. He is a Peruvian artist, a master painter, does some really, really important work. The body that that has made the largest impression on me is this body of work of, I think they call the train the Beast. It's women that go and feed people that are on these trains, trying to escape their areas, and are commuting on trains, on the tops of trains, and just really wonderful person. His wife works closely with him, and it's been amazing to see his career just kind of rocket. And so now we're going to bring in Claudio. Claudio, are you with us? Hi.
Yeah, hi. How are you?
So nice to see you. Hi.
Nice to see you too.
You too. I don't know if you could hear me. I was talking a little bit about your body of work that I love so much. But let's start with, like, how's it going? How is this, like, kind of unusual virtual open studios going for you?
Was really great. Was really, really great. I enjoy it. I enjoy it a lot. And I'm not a tech person, but I really enjoy the meeting with all the computer staff and all the things. Yeah, I really enjoyed it. It was really, really, really nice.
Good. Have people come in to say hello to you in your studio?
Yeah, a lot of people came to my studio. I was doing a live demo of one painting, and yeah, a lot of people came.
Oh, that's so good. And I don't know if you heard me. I'm sorry I destroyed your name, but will you say your name, Talavera Bayon? Am I saying that?
Talavera Bayon.
Okay,
Right.
great. So those of you who are listening, you can see his website's going along the bottom. You can go to his website. He has a lot of gorgeous work. Your studio in real life is one I often love to come see, because it's so filled with just so many pieces of beautiful work. You have it in your living room, you have it downstairs in your patio, you have it in your studio. So I know that your life is rich with art and work, and it's really cool. You were doing a live demo. I'm sorry I missed that. Maybe next time we'll have to have you do a live demo for us.
But it's on Facebook.
Yeah. And I also know that you just had a mural revealing that you also had to do.
Yeah, right. I have I made this mural in Redwood City, and the opening was 2 days ago. Was a really great event, and yeah, I'm really happy with the mural. I'm really happy with all the result of the mural. Yeah, it was a really nice experience. The mural is really big. It's in Redwood City, and it's a historical mural, and it's a tribute to the Japanese farmers who grow chrysanthemum in the Bay Area back in the 20s, before the World War II. And right, and yeah, it's and I put images of Redwood City, of old Redwood City. And well, but the main point of the mural is the Japanese farmers, the growers of chrysanthemum.
What amazing experience. Did you have that planned before COVID happened, or did that commission come up after COVID?
No, after COVID.
Oh, so that's great. So you're getting work, and really important work, raising up the awareness that Japanese farmers were here, and I'm sure they went through a lot of hardships. Your work is gorgeous. Do you want to talk a little bit about your work? I mean, you've done a mural for ArtSpan. Well, you worked on 2 murals for ArtSpan, one of your own and one of Josh Coffey's. So I'm glad you're doing your work. But your work is so detailed. It must take you forever to do murals because your work is so intense and deep and rich and beautiful. So want to talk about your work a little bit?
Thank you. Yeah, of course. Well, I am an oil painter and a muralist. I am from Peru, and I live in San Francisco for 7 years. I live in the Mission District, and I have painted all my life since I was very young. My mother and grandmother encouraged me to paint all the time. When I live in Peru, I love painting the countryside, the fields, the ordinary workers, elderly people, and well, such as farmers, fishermen. And well, I painting them because to me these people are the backbone of society. They usually go unnoticed, and many times the role in society is not valued. So I also consider artists to be an ordinary workers. In my case, I work with my hands like farmers or fishermen do, without a computer. My job is to portray everyday people at the moment. And well, and I talk about my mural. It's my recent work in Redwood City. It's very, very huge. It's almost 771 square feet.
Whoa!
And it's a tribute to the Japanese flower farmers before the World War II.
Wow, that's amazing. A 771 square foot mural that you just finished during the time of COVID. Congratulations. Redwood City, is that what you said? It's in Redwood City right now?
In Redwood City, right.
And I'm sure if anyone out there listening goes to your website, they can find information about it. Or everyone has about 20 minutes left of our Gray Open Studios event, so they can come and say hello to you directly and ask you some questions right now in your studio.
Mm-hmm.
Because I mean, look at that smile. Who doesn't want to go and talk to Claudio directly, right? Your work is it always oil painting? Is it?
Yeah, most of them is oil. I work in watercolor too.
Okay.
But well, recently I was painting in acrylic because of the murals. I only use acrylic in the murals, but my work is mostly oil.
So very, very talented that you can actually work in acrylics and oil and watercolor. That's a testament to your level of skill. You know, when I describe you, I say that you're like a master painter from Peru, and we're so lucky to now have you in the Bay Area community. It's really, we're so honored to have your skill and your presence. And I agree. Artists are essential. I say it all the time. You know, the world is a better place because of artists bringing in the world, processing it, and pushing it out as art for us to experience, and that you make sure that some of those that seem to be the least acknowledged and least seen are the subjects of your paintings, and it means a lot, especially now. You're one of our equity grant winners, and I'm so glad to have you as that. I'm glad we have the equity grant now to make sure that people who might be underrepresented can join us and be a part of our open studios. On the way up, is there anything else that you'd like people to know about your art practice?
Well, about my work, I don't know. For me, painting is always a challenge. Always you learn something new, and always you are in search of something new, something different. And of course, you always encounter some difficult. Not everything is easy. When I moved, for example, when I moved to San Francisco 7 years ago, in addition to not speak English, I didn't know what to paint, and there were no farmers, no houses. And then I started working down the street in the Mission District, looking for some inspiration. And I realized that the children of the farmers and the grandchildren of the working class people that I painted in Peru were living here in this country with the same issues of discrimination and poverty. So I decided to create a painting series about immigrants in the Mission District. So street vendors, the laborers, migrants, ordinary people were the subject of my painting. In painting them, I seek to honor their work, their struggles, the sacrifices they make for the families. With my painting, my intention is to highlight social topics such as migration, gentrification, displacement, discrimination, essential workers with the pandemic and the fires in Norway. And I think that art can speak to many crucial issues. It's about politics, about discrimination, about race. For me, it's not only about beauty and colors, no. And through my painting, I try to show the lives of the people whose wisdom, struggles, and contribution to society that don't receive the recognition they deserve, no.
Wow. I mean,
that's my work.
If someone is, I mean, the people listening now, if you don't go right away and talk to him and see his work in his studio right now, the next 20 minutes, then I don't know what you're going to do, because it's really beautiful work, a beautiful person bringing up the lives of those who maybe are unseen. I remember when I first met you, you were in that series of the immigrants and the people in the Mission District. And it's been incredible to see the bodies of work that have come ever since. So thank you for your time. Thank you for your work. Thank you,
Joanne, so much. You made wonderful work. ArtSpan is amazing. It's totally amazing. I'm so grateful to ArtSpan. They do a lot for me. And yeah, it's when I came here to San Francisco, I don't know anything about the art community. And well, you introduced me all these people, and I'm really glad for that.
Well, this is what we do. And, you know, I'm super proud. I'm honored. Thank you for your kind accolades. And this is what we do. You're like a perfect product of the mission we serve. And so thank you for your time. Best of luck to you, and congratulations on continuing to stay busy. So thank you so much. Really give my best to Mariella. Okay.
Okay, I do.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you.
Bye. Thank you for your time. Oh gosh. I know. This is why I do this work. It's wonderful, amazing artists like Talavera Bayon and him coming from Peru and just finding his voice and finding his subjects and his beautiful skill. And he's in the studio right now. So please go visit him. We only have 17 minutes left. And we're going to give you guys a little break from some talking and us. So we're going to have a little musical interlude. We have 2 Burnside videos coming up. You heard me talk about Burnside before. The drummer is Jason. He works with us. He's been visiting a lot of the studios and seeing artists today. And if I don't see you again, depending on how long it goes, please know that we really appreciate you. Please go to artspan.org/SFOS to find out about more of our events. We have another event on Saturday, another event next Thursday, and then another event the following Wednesday at Salon. We have a full guide of artists at SFOS, the artspan.org/SFOS. We have 355 participating artists. Not all of them are doing the BoothCentral Open Studios events with us, but they still are artists and they still need to be seen and recognized. So go peruse that guide, click on their links, look at their art. A lot of them have a little button you can click to make an appointment to go see them COVID safe in their studios, or maybe make an appointment to just have a walkthrough virtually with them. Next up, we have these 2 videos. One of them is about getting out the vote. Not a better time than now to know that it is up to us to put our inclinations, our needs, and what we believe in and what is right and true into the ballot box. So Burnside and 2 of them, let's make it a party, and Box of Wonders. So thank you, everybody. After that, we may just play it out. So thank you for visiting. You still have 15 minutes, and we're going to keep it on for a little bit after that. Really, thanks to everyone, to the staff, and here comes Burnside. Enjoy the music.
Takes a lot of nerve. Stand up to the man. Do you dare look him right in the eye? Said, do you want to dance? Cause it's a party never gonna stop. So let's make it a party. gorgeous girl standing your ground. But if you want to keep this war at bay, you gotta bring along some friends. Cause this party ain't never gonna stop, so oh, let's make it a party. Ooh, this party ain't never gonna stop, so oh, let's make it a party. Carrying the light. If the dark is where the world will have its fun, then we don't stand a chance. Cause it's a party ain't never gonna stop, so oh, let's make it a party. Ooh, this party ain't never gonna stop, so oh, let's make it a party.
Two, 1, 2, 3, 4.
My grandma said to save it all, you're gonna use. Might be big, might be small. She drank Chardonnay throughout the day and fed us whiskey to keep us sane. Lots of wonders, bottomless vessel with goods for oils, yeah. Lots of wonders, bottomless vessel packed with goods for oils, yeah. She was a cocktail shaker, rose water bather, known for her favorite maker. And it might take her all day to get ready, but no, she'll pack everything you wish you always had. Foxy wonders, bottomless vessel, packed with goods for oils, yeah. Goods for oils, yeah. wonders, bottomless vessel, like a goose for oils, yeah. Back to wonders, bottomless vessel, like a goose for oils, yeah. Back to wonders, bottomless vessel, like a goose for oils, yeah.
Thank you, Burnside. Thank you, everyone who's here. Thank you, Jason, who's been visiting in the studios, and maybe some of you have bumped into him along the way. Thank you also, Tinlings, for your videos as well. This is near the end. We have only about 8 minutes left. Oh, 7 minutes exactly of our live feed of the Gray event of ArtSpan's SFOS 2020 Virtual Edition. Please go and see the artists you are interested in seeing and say hello, get in contact, find out how to find them later, go to their websites. You can come back to this exact live feed page, and it won't be live anymore. The video will be here of tonight's feed, and you can come back and continue to shop and scroll around and visit the artist. You can also go to our guide, our online guide, artspan.org/SFOS, and then you can visit other artists in their studios in different ways and shapes and forms. Please, this is the best thing we can do right now in so much strife and so much challenge. Support individual humans that are really trying to make the world a better place. Literally, one by one, everything they do is artful and intentional and for all of us, because they don't make art for themselves. They don't have a choice. They're making it for us. You see, I'm surrounded by art in my home. It matters more than ever that we're spending so much time there. Thank you all for coming. Thank you all for caring. Thank you, artists, for being here. Thank you, staff, for your dedication and the hard work. I've never seen a season like this, and I couldn't have done it without you. Thank you, board. Really have an amazing supportive board. Thank you, all the donors out there that help support us and continue to do so. We really, really can't do it without a village. It takes a village to make the world a better place, and we are one global village more than ever. Global pandemic has brought us together. Don't let it divide us. Let's make it one. So we're just gonna give a nice little send-off video. Once again, it's of our Open Studios Paths. So enjoy it. Look at the happy smiling faces of the artists showing their work. We have a lot of images, a lot of happy artists, a lot of people really happy visiting artists. And come back and see us again Saturday morning, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Come to BoothCentral, search for ArtSpan, and then look for our Teal event. And then next Thursday, 4 p.m. to 8 p.m., we have our Gold event. You can see all of it at our website. Donate to ArtSpan, visit artists, buy their work if you can, tell them you like their work. Thank you. We'll see you guys again.
Thank you.